Hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whatever time zone you're joining us from. This is Jim McKeeth, Chief Developer Advocate and Engineer here at Embarcadero, coming to you from the future of the webinar, but the past of when you're watching this. Just wanted to introduce you real quick, let you know we have about 43 to 45 minutes of the main webinar, but then we had it over 3 sessions, and there was a Q&A that was roughly an hour long on each one. So all 3 of those Q&As are going to be at the end after the 43 minutes of the main webinar itself. So if you saw the main presentation already and you just want to jump to the Q&A, you can jump to there. Or if you don't want to sit through all of that, you can just watch the main portion of the webinar and not be scared off by the length of this video. So anyway, thanks for joining us. I'm very, very excited about 10.4.2, and I hope you are as well. If you want to, there is a link down in the description that will lead you to a blog post where I will put the entire Q&A log as well. So thank you very much, and I'll see you on the Q&A side.
Thank you for joining us for the RAD Studio 10.4.2 launch webinar. This webinar is presented by Marco Cantu, David Millington, Jim McKeeth, and me, Sarina DuPont. Now, before I go into detail on the 10.4.2 release, I just wanted to take a quick moment to provide an overview on RAD Studio. Now, what is RAD Studio? RAD Studio is the ultimate IDE for building multi-platform, high-performance native applications using either Delphi or modern C++ with powerful visual design tools and integrated tool chains. RAD Studio includes many developer productivity tools enabling developers using Delphi and C++ Builder to get their applications to market 5 times faster. Developers can build fast native applications targeting multiple platforms with our FireMonkey framework, or use our VCL framework for best-in-class Windows application development. And Marco is going to show you in just a couple of minutes all the great new features we added to the VCL in 10.4.2. Now, RAD Studio provides incredibly fast, native universal database connectivity and development for leading data platforms, so it's really easy to build data-enabled applications. There are also hundreds of C++ libraries that can be used in C++ Builder or Delphi and RAD Studio, and RAD Studio also gives you access to all the platform APIs on all supported platforms. Now, when it comes to designing your application, we provide really powerful visual design tools that make prototyping really easy by allowing you to see how your data fits within your user interface design early on. This includes, for example, live data support at design time from multiple sources, including your databases and REST APIs. And then we also, if you're building a multi-device application, have a feature called Live Preview for multi-device applications that are built with the FireMonkey framework, that allows you to easily see what your application is going to look like on a variety of devices as you're designing the application in the IDE. Now, Delphi and C++ Builder make it easy to go from prototype to production. You can easily build for and then publish your application within your own enterprise or target the various app stores. RAD Studio also has a great community of passionate MVPs, technology partners, trainers, authors, and developers. And when it comes to backward compatibility, we really aim to provide a high level of backward compatibility and support to make migrating to 10.4 simpler than before. In terms of target platform support, we provide best-in-class Windows 10 platform support with VCL, with a 64-bit Windows focus for high performance and high memory, and an even faster Windows 32-bit compiler. If you're using Delphi and the FireMonkey framework, you can target the latest operating systems for Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, and Linux, and with C++ Builder for Windows and iOS. Now, before I get to what's new in 10.4.2, I just wanted to briefly recap what we introduced in 10.4 and then further enhanced and updated in 10.4.1. In RAD Studio 10.4, we introduced major Delphi Code Insight improvements with our LSP support, a new Delphi language feature with custom managed records, unified memory management. For C++ Builder, expanded C++ library support and a new Windows 64-bit debugger, toolchain performance and quality enhancements. For VCL specifically, we introduced VCL style changes for high DPI support, new high DPI styles, also VCL per control styling, and a number of new VCL components. We also performed numerous Windows API updates. We expanded our FireMonkey support and made numerous runtime library enhancements and IDE enhancements in the 10.4 release. Now let's see what's new in RAD Studio 10.4.2. RAD Studio 10.4.2 includes best-in-class Windows application support, including some new VCL controls that Marco and Jim are going to show in just a couple of minutes. new developer productivity and user experience features that David's going to talk about, expanded FireMonkey platform support that Marco's going to highlight and demo, new Delphi and C++ features, and additional enhancements and quality improvements. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Marco. Marco?
Thanks, Sarina. I am Marco Cantu, and the first area of 10.4.2 I want to delve into with you is the Windows application support. We offer the best-in-class Windows desktop solution with the Visual Component Library, or VCL, and what we keep doing release after release is enhance and add features to this core library that allows you to rapidly build the user interface of your desktop application. Besides the specific features that we're working on, and I'm going to highlight and cover soon, it's important to notice that the Windows desktop, in terms of the API that Microsoft is providing, is ongoing a significant transformation, which is highlighted by Project Reunion from Microsoft, which is a way to reinvent the platform API, giving a relevant role, if not a predominant role, to the good old classic Win32 APIs and native application, which is exactly what RAD Studio has been focused on. Now, there are two features that are part of this Project Reunion support that we are improving or introducing in 10.4.2. One is MSIX support that I'll cover in a second, and the other is the T-Edge browser that we are enhancing and was already part of 10.4. But before we go to that, let's focus 1 second on two new controls that we added on the Visual Component Library with the goal of helping you build modern looking and high performant applications. T-control list is a virtualized list with a really very high performance. It can only handle graphical elements, but it can handle millions of items because, again, they're virtual, they're not actually created. If you've ever used the good old TDB control list, this is where the idea came from. What you do is design one of the elements, and then these elements are duplicated for dozens, hundreds, millions of times virtually in terms of layout. The grid supports single column or multiple columns, support different flows, and it can really adapt to the available space. You can use graphic, any T-graphic control. You can use text, labels, of course. There is a special button that goes along with grids, and it also has some wizards that allow you to easily create nice looking items for your list. Again, the main goal here is because everything is virtual and even the images are cached, it can really handle a very large number of items, and it can be very fast when scrolling through this huge amount of elements. It also allows you to use visualize binding and just connect to your database data. The second component we introduced is a number box or numeric input. This is a modern looking control again with specific buttons to go up and down one element. You can also allow paging. It allows you to enter integers, floating point numbers of currency values, and includes an expression evaluation. So it can actually enter an expression, 10 times 2, and your input will be 20 in the number box. Now, as I was mentioning, we are supporting MSIX, which is the package format that Microsoft is pushing Windows towards. We supported AppX over the last few releases, and now we've switched from AppX to MSIX. This is the format you can use when deploying Windows Store applications. It's also the preferred way for enterprise deployment because an MSIX package being virtualized, meaning it has limited access to the file system and registry, it can be installed by the end user rather than requiring an admin account on the machine. And again, MSIX is one of the cornerstones of Project Reunion, which we are looking forward to support in full over the coming few releases of RAD Studio. Now, there are other significant improvements in the VCL. The two that stand out and I want to highlight are the upgraded Konopka components There is a new package available in Getit for 10.4.2 users with styling and high DPI improvements. Now we are working on a further update that will really improve on the high DPI side, and that's going to be available again in Getit over the coming weeks. We have also enhanced the TH browser component that we introduced in 10.4. This is a wrapper of the WebView 2 component that encapsulates the Chromium Edge browser from Microsoft. Now notice that since Microsoft started shipping the final version of the component, there were some incompatibility with the preview version that we were supporting. Now we have support for the final version. The final WebView 2 can be distributed without installing the Edge browser. So you can ask your customers or even distribute along with your application the WebView 2 component. Again, this does not install Edge as an application on the end user machine, but only the engine that allows you to place a TH browser component in your VCL application and rob them directly. We also added a specific feature that was not in the preview version, which is a custom cache folder. Because TH browser caches data and caches data on file, you can now specifically say where those files need to be cached on your end user computers. And with this, let's look at a couple of demos of the new VCL features that Jim is going to show you. Jim?
Thanks, Marco. The T number box is the first new VCL control I want to tell you about. It can be found in the Windows 10 group down on the component palette. It gives you the ability to have a number box with these buttons to increment the value. It also has the ability to handle expressions. I made this little demo here to show it off because I think it's a lot more interesting to set properties at runtime. You can see that it works great in a number of styles. Here's a few expressions. You can handle multiplication. You can handle division, which that came out 0, but if I switch it over to float, we'll see it's 0.3. And it can even handle subtraction and more complicated ones with parentheses in it as well. There's also a mode for currency, and you can change the currency symbol to whatever symbol you want, as well as change the layout of the currencies. You can use the up and down arrow keys to change this, including page up and page down, to go by the large step or the small step. So page up, page down is large step, page up, or up and down arrow keys is small step. So I can change this here to, and now my arrow keys go up by 2. You can set the max value and the min value. If you don't, it defaults to unlimited. And you can change the font size, and it will actually resize the box if you have auto size set to true. The buttons over here are customizable. You can change the colors on them. And a few different layout options. I like this layout option here. If it's a larger one, this is nice, but when you're trying to save space, this one's great. And then you can turn off the divider lines there as well. Very configurable. It's great that you can use expressions in it, making it like a mini calculator. Oh, and then the mouse wheel. I love this, being able to do it with the mouse wheel. And there is the T number box. And next up is the new T control list. It's available down here in Windows 10, T control list. There's a T control list button, and that's for the button in here. And the reason is the T control list lets you put any graphic control, T graphic control descendant, and regular buttons are T win control descendant. Now these are in the Windows 10 category, but they are not Windows 10 specific. They just look like they would, the kind of controls are available on Windows 10. You can right click on it and select from a number of preset configurations here. This is a great way to get started. I've gone ahead and set some items up on here to show this off though. This is going to do a list with 10 million items on it, which is set right here by item count. And you can see here, this is showing you when the drawing event occurs, right? So as I scroll through, if I go all the way to the last list, so it's drawn 0 through 4 each time here, which is the only ones visible. When I go to last, see it only draws the last few there. And also notice that it has images on here, but it's only drawing the images that it's displaying. Now, each time I scroll through this, you'll notice it is drawing the full list again because it has to undraw the one that was highlighted and draw the highlighted version as well. And here I'm using a button. I click the button and it sets a button count on it. So very, very fast way. Notice it's a dynamic scroll bar here to have a lot of potential controls. I'm disabling some of them here just so you can see what the disabled looks like as well. Show you a real quick little bit of the code here. It's pretty straightforward. You on enable items, this is where I determine which items are enabled. And before draw item is where I'm indicating that I'm drawing the items, adding that to the list box. And on here, this is label 1 and label 2. And there's only one instance of label 1 and label 2. So here I'm setting the label 1 caption, but I know which item index I'm drawing right here. And then here I'm setting the label 2 caption based on whether or not I have any clicks for that button or not. If I don't have clicks, then I turn the label 2 invisible. Now it's important to remember that you only have one instance of that label. So if I set it visible here with a caption here, and then the next index, I don't change the value, it'll still be visible with that caption. So anything you change, you need to change it for every one of them. After draw items and after draw item, after draw items is after all the items have been drawn. So the entire draw finishes. Before draw item is before an individual item draws. This is before all items draw. So that's how I indicated how many paints had occurred, is with that. And that's really all there is to it. It's pretty straightforward. There's an enable items, enable control, and a show control right here. So this is the one you'd use to change the controls visibility, which I probably should have done the other one there, but you can do it in that spot as well. So you have some flexibility as far as how you use it. In this one, where the show control, enable control, you get a control passed to you. So you can deal with it that way, or you can do it through the before draw and after draw. Now this is also usable with live bindings. So here, I have live binding set up. Let me show the prototype bind source. And I just have some colors in here. It's also got controls here so it's configurable, so you can change the layout and change the background color on here. There's not a lot of code in this one. It's pretty straightforward. Right here is where I'm doing the before draw item. I'm getting the color and then changing the color of the background. And then also looking at the state to determine if it's selected or not, and then I just do that via a border. Run this. So again, I can jump straight to the last very quickly. We can also change the item width, height, item margins. So shows off how configurable it is. And if I jump to the last, you'll see as I remove the total number of items I can have, it's removing them there. And as I select them, you see, so I can jump to a certain item in the list if I wanted to. And yeah, there it is. So this is a nice simple one, but just showing that it can be done with live bindings, as well as the fact that you can do some custom drawing. And now I'll hand things back to David to talk to you about some new productivity features and user experience enhancements that are pretty exciting.
Hi everyone. David here. 10.4.2 has a lot of improvements in the general area of IDE productivity. We'll be looking at some app wizards meant to help create a non-trivial app faster, at what we've changed in the IDE, some of the great changes to Code Insight this release, the migration tool which helps you move between computers or upgrade, and a new installation option, the silent installer. Over some of the following slides, I will go past some points quickly, and that's because I'd like to show them to you in a live demo rather than via slides. When you create a new app, whether it's VCL or FireMonkey, you have a plain form and no logic. You need to build the app from scratch, and that may be fine for experienced developers, but it's not so great for those new to development. And if you're experienced, you may want a faster way as well. Soon after 10.4.2, we plan to ship some wizards for Delphi that create a new FireMonkey application for you. We'll have a number of standard screens, a home screen, a login screen, settings, and so forth, all of which are functional and integrated together. The idea is that it gives you the framework, a working app, for a non-trivial and useful application, which you can then extend yourself. This wizard will be released a few weeks after 10.4.2 and will be in Get-It. 10.4.2 brings many improvements to the IDE. The biggest is a great productivity scenario. In 10.4.2 it's possible to have both the form designer and the code for a unit open at the same time. This means you can design your form and edit the code for that form in two windows. I'll show this in the demo soon. In a smaller change, we have a new theme called Mountain Mist due to its grey and blue colours. The theme is reminiscent of older versions of RAD Studio and also has been requested by some users for reasons of eyesight and contrast. We hope the new theme will be pleasant for you to use. We've also improved using the IDE over a remote desktop. With many people working from home currently, some IT companies let you run RAD Studio on a computer at home, but some require you to remote desktop into a machine in the office. We want to help those working from home, and we've improved IDE behavior and stability here, even reducing the network traffic that it takes. Many dialogues have been improved, and I'll show one example, the compile dialog, in the live demo. Finally, we have an improvement that is largely under the hood and invisible, but very useful. If you've ever seen issues where the blue dots weren't in the right place when debugging, or the IDE inserted code but put it one character away from where it should have been, the underlying cause of that was most likely an issue in the source code. The file had incorrect line endings, causing the IDE to miscount. This can happen by using other editors, or having incorrect Git settings, or a variety of other ways. In 10.4.2, the IDE detects mixed and inconsistent line endings in your source and will fix them for you. This is optional and fully configurable. There are a few other IDE improvements as well. You can now add platforms to a FireMonkey project even if you did not have that platform installed when you upgraded the project. The IDE has a dialog showing you what it's doing when it's doing something lengthy. The File New dialog has a button to access the object repository and templates, an old feature but one we want to make more accessible. Finally, we have a very neat feature that will help make your project settings setup agnostic. You can convert absolute paths to ones using environment variables, meaning they can more easily be moved between different computers using different setups. Or component vendors can install to any location and just set an environment variable for where those components are. This should really help make a project easy to move to a newer version of the IDE as well. Now let's talk about Code Insight and LSP. We introduced this technology for Delphi in 10.4.0, and it's one of the things Delphi users are most excited about. We have some good changes in 10.4.2. First, a few changes for both Delphi and C++. In 10.4.2, we've extended Error Insight to show not just code errors, but warnings and hints as well. Both warnings and hints are often important information indicating potential problems, and seeing them highlighted in the editor can really improve your code quality, and now you can see them immediately instead of waiting until you compile. I'll show this and some related features in a live demo in a moment. While we were at it, we changed how the underlines draw. As well as the traditional red squiggly, you can now render a wave, solid underline, or dots. You can see all four in the screenshot on screen. The idea again is to improve visibility. I personally really like the dots. Finally, when the LSP server is working and calculating data, you can see its status and progress on the project's view. We've been working steadily on Delphi's LSP Code Insight since we introduced it in 10.4, and we've added some great things this release. One neat feature is that you can control-click on the method name and it will jump to the implementation or declaration, just like Control-Shift-Up or Down does. We've also improved completion for generic methods, including code completion inserting the generic types. Plus, a feature that I find really cool, you can now control-click on the inherited keyword. We've also done a lot of work under the hood. These changes improve features so that it behaves as you'd expect. They are features that are subtle and you may not notice unless you go back to an older version and miss them, but that are very useful. For example, code completion in the users clause is really useful, and now it shows units from the search and projects path. Or we have some internal improvements to overload resolution, which improves things like showing the right overload for parameter completion, or navigating to the right method when you control-click on an overloaded method. Code completion will also work much better when you're using packages now. We've tweaked or changed dozens of other areas, far too many to list. You can see a few on screen. The takeaway is just how many things in LSP have been improved and changed, so when you use it in 10.4.2, it should provide some great functionality. For Code Insight for C++, we've also done a lot of work, focusing on feature quality. There's been a lot of work both on the LSP server and in the IDE, and if you had issues using code completion before, the common causes for that have been resolved. If your C++ unit is well formed, that is, if it compiles by itself without having to use pre-compiled headers, code completion is likely to work well. C++ also gains the general IDE improvements to Code Insight that we added this release and discussed earlier, such as the info in the editor status bar, which we'll see in the demo for Delphi in a moment but applies to C++ too, and the new underline styles for error insight. Let's have a quick look at some of this in practice. Here's RAD Studio 10.4.2. You can see I'm using the new grey and blue theme, which we call Mountain Mist. As I open this project, you can see a new progress dialog that shows what the IDE is doing. For a small project like this one, it shows only for half a second, but if you have a large project or project group, it will show for longer, and you'll be able to understand what the IDE is processing. You can also see Code Insight is processing the project. And now it's ready. You can also see some messages that I have incorrect line endings in the code. Here, the IDE has noted they are consistently LF, which is not the Windows standard. Now, because they're consistent, even if wrong, the IDE isn't changing them. But it points out to me that I've not configured Git correctly. On Windows, Git should change line endings to be CRLF. Here are the GitHub docs, which you can find easily by Googling Git line endings, and this shows you how to configure Git correctly for Windows. If the line endings were mixed, that is, an inconsistent mix of LF and CRLF, the IDE would fix them for me, which is optional. You can turn that off. In this project, I have a form, and of course can toggle between the form designer and the code editor. But what if I want to both design the form and edit the code for the form at the same time? In 10.4.2, I can do that in two windows. Here, creating a new edit window. I'm recording a single screen, but one really useful case is if you work with multiple monitors and want to have either the code or designer on a second monitor. Both are open and usable at the same time. Let's try compiling. You can see that the dialog now shows the compile status clearly. Here a green check mark and success in larger text. If the compile failed, that would be similarly clear. The idea is that you can see the status of your build just by quickly scanning. Now let's have a look at Code Insight. The first thing to notice is that we have hints and warnings visible in the code editor the same way errors were. Here I have both a hint in blue and a warning in orange. You can change how hints and warnings look, and for this demo I've chosen not to use the traditional red squiggly underline, but the new dots. We have several new ways to render errors, warnings and hints, and they are all meant to be more visible and easier to see. You can also see there's an icon in the editor gutter, and a summary of the hints and warnings in the editor status bar. While I'm here, I'm going to complete this method. It's a generic method. I'm using Spring4D, and you can see the method is completed with the angle brackets, so I can type in the right type. Back in the main form, there are a few things to demo. First, I'm going to complete in the users clause, which has many improvements this release in the units it shows. One particularly neat thing is that you can see here that it knows the unit I'm adding has already been added. Then you can see the form constructor here calls the inherited constructor. New in 10.4.2 is that you can control-click on inherited. See how as I hold control, it turns into a blue link. Or right-click and find definition. This works for all inherited methods. Finally, we've had many tweaks and changes to LSP improving a wide range of things. Here's just one, where I'm going to demonstrate code completion working in an active if-def block. You can see I have a method that only exists if I'm compiling for Windows. And note the helpful hint that's new in the editor pointing out that it's declared but not used. You might never spot that if it hadn't been indicated visually. When I scroll to the method and note it's inside this if-def, I can complete inside it, and also complete to show it in another method. We have many other changes and tweaks to LSP that are similar, making the entire feature work better across all types of source and coding patterns. The migration tool is a utility that helps you move settings when you upgrade RAD Studio or install on a new computer. We've made some key changes this release with some presets to help you use it for 3 scenarios. When you're updating a minor version, such as moving from 10.4.1 to 10.4.2, usually the installer handles this for you, but you can manage moving settings yourself. When you're upgrading across a major version, such as moving from 10.3 or 10.2 or even XE4 up to 10.4, or when you're moving from one computer to another. In addition, instead of just moving registry settings, the migration tool now migrates other files as well. FIDAC configuration files, your IDE's desktop layouts, platform configuration, and code formatting configuration. All up, these changes are meant to make it much easier for you to preserve settings and to move or update your Delphi or C++ Builder configuration. Finally, a really useful change to the installer. Before 10.4.2, the installer always ran with a visual UI and you had to click through it to make choices and install. Now we've introduced silent installation, making it much easier to install by configuring upfront and letting the installer do its work. This is especially useful for sysadmins of large companies when you want to install Delphi or C++ Builder on multiple computers. We have 2 levels here: the silent installer, which still shows a UI, or the very silent installer, which is fully command line only. With that, I'll hand over to Marco to discuss FireMonkey.
Thanks, David. In 10.4.2, we have expanded the FireMonkey platforms that RAD Studio supports. Specifically, since the release of 10.4.1, there have been new operating systems available from Apple and Google. And what we did was provide some support for these platforms via patches for 10.4.1 that were released over the last few months. Now with 10.4.2, we are officially supporting development and debugging on these 3 versions of the mobile and X operating systems. If we want to get to the specifics, for Android 11, we fully support debugging on a device. We have improved the support for a bundle that is a Delphi-only feature because it requires 32-bit and 64-bit deployment in a single bundle. We have significantly enhanced and redesigned the sensors management layer for Android. In the previous version, we were only supporting the primary sensor for each type. Now you can have as many sensors of a type that the device actually provides. We've also improved the performance of the camera component on the Android platform. Getting to macOS, which is a Delphi-only support, we have support for macOS 11 Big Sur with Intel-based application, meaning if you have an Intel device, you can build, deploy, and debug on the device. If you have an ARM-based Mac, application can be executed via the Rosetta 2 layer, but the support for development and debugging is not complete for ARM-based Mac. Now, as you might have seen, we have in our RAD Studio roadmap the plan to natively support ARM-based Macs with a new target in the near future. The other thing that we added might look minor, but it's actually quite handy, is the new 124 by 124 image format to the default icons files. And finally, for iOS 14, again, we support deploying and debugging on the device, but we've also added a significant new feature, which is support for two Google Firebase features on the iOS platform, namely advertising with a new Firebase banner ad component and cloud messaging, Firebase cloud messaging or push notifications via the Google infrastructure for iOS. Now, this leads us to another new area, which is Delphi language and C++ language and compilers specific features. I'll start with the Delphi side, highlighting the fact that we have significant compiler improvements, and then I'll let David continue on the C++ side of the toolchain. Talking about Delphi, as I mentioned, we have focused on compiler performance. We have implemented over 30 new fixed-back patches into the core compiler, and some of our customers in the beta have reported up to 90% reduction of the compilation time compared to 10.4.1. Now, this is not a universal faster compiler. For some customers in some code bases, the compiler was already significantly fast. There are still a few cases where the compiler could perform better, and that's something we'll continue to focus on in new and coming releases. We have also enhanced the quality of the compiler. We introduced many fixes that improve the backwards compatibility with existing code and really improve the overall performance of the Delphi compiler. And with that, I'll let David continue on the C++ side of the toolchain.
Thanks, Marco. We have some great changes to C++ in 10.4.2 with some changes and features focused on quality. The first is around the linker, where we have a feature focused on reducing the memory strain on the Win64 linker. We solve this in a deceptively simple way, simply by giving the linker much less data to link. Normally when linking, the compiled code and the debug information are included together in the object file and processed together by the linker. Now we have an option to split the debug information out to a separate file. This means the object files that the linker links contain only the compiled code, meaning the linker has much less to process. We hope this will help those with large projects or projects that stress the linker. If you've had trouble there, 10.4.2 is well worth testing out. We've also revised the exception handling in the compiler in RTL. We focused on C++ exceptions, SEH, and OS exceptions in a single module but also cross-module scenarios, where an exception is thrown in DLL and caught in NexE, for example. For applications where all modules are either fully statically linked or fully dynamically linked. This is the kind of under-the-hood work that isn't a visible new feature in the IDE, but should make your applications much more robust, and we recommend upgrading for the reliability improvements this will give your software. We also have an updated version of the Dinkumware STL with many tweaks and fixes. We plan to have several more popular open source libraries available on Get It soon after release as well. Let's have a look at some of the general quality enhancements we've made in 10.4.2. The Parallel Programming Library, or PPL, is a key library we provide to help you take advantage of multi-core computers and keep your app responsive by doing work in the background. We've been improving it steadily through the 10.4 releases, and that has continued in 10.4.2, with a lot of quality improvements, including worker thread termination, improvements to futures, and changes to the thread pool count. There's also been a lot of work on WSDL imports and SOAP, with several dozen fixes. On the debugger side, we've made improvements to the Platform Assistant server for Windows, including where it writes output, and also enabled some environment variables in the Attach to Process dialog. There are two new debug visualizers as well, one for generic lists, queues, and stacks, which lets you see their contents much more easily, and one for streams, like tMemory Stream, allowing you to view the stream contents as text or even as a hex view. Both these should be highly useful. I'll now hand back over to Marco to discuss more quality improvements we've made.
Thanks, David. Continuing with the quality enhancements that were done in 10.4.2 for the various libraries, there are a few things that are worth highlighting for VCL and FMX. For FMX, we worked quite a bit on native style controls improvements in terms of Z order. We have improved the Metal driver for iOS and macOS, worked on better support for multiple monitors on the Windows platforms, and focused on TMemo component for various platforms, but specifically for macOS. Talking about VCL, we focused a lot on VCL styles and high DPI related issues with numerous fixes. We have improved the DB control grid to work beyond 100 rows. We don't exactly know what this limitation was in the product, has been for many years, and fixed a fairly bad regression with the font of T-Speedbot component that was introduced in 10.4.1. Now, these are only a few of the many changes and improvements that were done in these areas because we really focused a lot on quality in this release. For FIDOC, we improved case-sensitive columns with Interbase, improved SQLite, creation of tables for Oracle, MongoDB connection, FD event alerter with Postgres, and MySQL native time. As you can see, it's a number of small but relevant fixes throughout various drivers and database engines, but also we did a lot of general FIDOC fixes on core classes like the TFD dataset, which is the main class for datasets in FIDOC. We made several changes around HTTP, REST client libraries, and the cloud support. The most relevant is that we've unified the use of timeouts for synchronous operations. They were a bit inconsistent, specifically in the way 0 and -1 were used to indicate no timeout or infinite timeout. Now these have been aligned, so they behave the same throughout the two libraries. We have enhanced the multi-part form data management for REST requests. We have improved the integration with AWS by allowing a custom content type, and also made some changes to the Azure Blob service. These are only a few of the relevant issues that we fixed, but overall 10.4.2 addresses over 600 customer reported issues on Quality Portal, plus hundreds of issues reported during the 10.4.2 beta by beta testers, and a large number of internally found issues. So overall, it's over 1,000 different issues that have been addressed in 10.4.2. We have also included support for a couple of dozen features that have been requested as features, not as bug reports, in the Quality Portal. Now we can summarize 10.4.2 by having a quick look to the SKUs, the different options this is delivered. We have a professional, an enterprise, and an architect version like it happened in recent releases. The professional version includes Windows, Mac, mobile tool change, the core FireDuck, and both VCL and FireMonkey. The enterprise adds the Delphi Linux target, adds RAD server and DataSlam multi-tier architecture, and additional FireDuck drivers for more databases. The architect editions bundles additional tools, including XJS for creating JavaScript-based applications for the browser, RAD Studio for managing your database data, and RunnerX for testing your VCL user interfaces. On top of this, there are additional RAD server deployment licenses. There are also exclusive plugins that are available for 10.4.2 for update subscription customers with an active subscription, including Twine Compile for faster C++ compilation, the Konopka signature controls, a number of IDE enhancements, including bookmarks, navigator, Parnassus, parallel debugger, and large number of premium styles for both VCL and FireMonkey. We can open up for questions. You can ask now on the live webinar or reach any of us at the emails listed below.
It is official. 10.4.2 is now available. So it became available just in the last few minutes. So congratulations, you are all the very first to discover it, to see it, to hear about it, and to see all the great new features in it. I'm genuinely excited about a number of these features in here. When David Millington did an internal demo showing the ability to control click on inherited and go up, I was giddy. I cannot tell you how long I've wanted that feature, and I was just a few days ago saying, why isn't this here? So, well, a few days before that, it was a while ago now. Anyway, very exciting. I am very excited about this. I had a lot of fun making demos. I had more demos I made that weren't in the video, and we'll be sharing those online in the near future as well.
Yeah, I want to underline that the product is officially released, meaning the website has been updated, indicating it's available. Technically, the download is going to come up in a few minutes. So
Yes.
It's still not in the download portal. If everything goes as expected, it would be there in less than 30 minutes. And so the doc wiki should get published shortly.
Yes, that is true. It does. And also the
announcement blog post will be done when we're done with the webinar, because I need to copy and paste it. So I'm doing it as we are done. I'll blog about it.
I can change my background to be the web page. That doesn't work very well. All right, I'll go back to the other one. All right, so questions in the question panel. I will be, like Marco said, there will be the blog post about the launch, and then we'll have some other blog posts in the near future as well. Been very frantically working on all this stuff behind the scenes. So let's see. I will start at the top and start going through these and try my best to get them answered. If I miss anybody, I apologize. I'm just trying to make sure go through things, and it's not trying to avoid things. So if somebody has 10.4.1 and they're looking at this and they're saying, wow, I'm so excited, I can't wait to use 10.4.2, is that a free upgrade, Marco, or how does that work?
So if you have an active update subscription, which is not expired, then the new version is covered with the current update subscription, whether you bought it for 10.3, for XE8, for any old version. If you kept your subscription active, and then you can, if it is active today, you can download it from the website. So it is available for everyone with an active update subscription.
Great. It's interesting. A lot of people are asking about LSP, more than one person, and then I see one person here that said LSP, VCL, and Kanopka. Now we're talking. Yeah, a lot of great fixes in here.
Yeah, for the Kanopka control, because I've seen a few questions floating around. Once you install 10.4.2, you will be able to get an updated version. I think it's called 6.3, if I'm not wrong. That has the style-related fixes. In probably a few weeks, there will be an additional version that also addresses some of the high DPI issues that the library used to have. So one update is available right now. Is available as you install 10.4.2. A further update will be shared shortly, and we'll blog about it and mention it publicly.
So there's a question about the Android camera component issue where the screen was flashing green. That's fixed, and I didn't go into detail on that, but while Marco was talking about Android FireMonkey, I made a little video on the side, and that was actually using the new wireless debugging functionality in Android 11, which I thought was really cool, and it was using the camera component, and I let it run for quite a while. No flashing. It looked great, worked great.
But the doc wiki page with the list of issues fixed in 10.4.2, the 600 something, is actually public. So if you want, you can go to docwiki.com, RAD Studio Sydney, and well, I can spell out the link. It's very long, but you'll find it. It's not difficult to find. Oh, maybe you can push it in the chat.
So David, there's a few questions about the new theme and styles and the flickering that we've seen a lot in the past, if that's been reduced. You want to talk about that real quick?
Sure. I mean, we have improvements in general in VCL styles. So, in terms of flickering, I know that I personally don't see very much at all. If you do, then, and that is if you do in 10.4.2, Please file some bugs with perhaps videos of it and information about the graphics driver and what kind of hardware you're running on and that kind of thing. In terms of themes, I saw a question as well about if there were special requirements for an IDE theme, and no, there aren't. You can actually use any VCL theme if you want to. We don't officially support that. We only support the themes that we include in the IDE, but you can use any theme you want. I think there's a perception that some VCL themes didn't work because a few versions ago, people were trying some of the Windows 10 VCL styles. And those styles actually didn't define all of the colors. Now we've actually since fixed that, so those styles now do define all the system colors. And the IDE makes use of all the VCL style functionality. So that's probably what led to that perception. But yeah, you can just use a normal VCL style if you want. The other thing there is remote desktop as well. Some of the fixes there may well help.
I saw that thread discussing the fixes around remote desktop, and basically it reduces the number of messages it responds to essentially, which should fix some of the flickering. Because I noticed that when there's a Windows event that happen in the background that trigger like update things, that's what causes the flickering usually, and I noticed that it's reduced. There was a lot of questions about the T number box. If you enter a number larger than the max, it just doesn't let you. I actually didn't see if there was an event on that. I meant to look for that and see. But I recommend take a look at these and play with them a little bit. I spent quite a bit of time playing with it, and it was, yeah, it doesn't appear to be there's a change value event, so you might be able to handle that in there. On the control list, I didn't see a way to change the height of it per item. I don't think that's a possibility. There's another question about being able to use a wind control in here. So you can't use a wind control in there because it needs to be a graphic control. But what you can do, and this is one of the things I wanted to demo and play with, but I didn't get a chance to, is you can respond to the click event of one of these items and then paste a wind control, like a T edit over that, and then let the user edit in the edit control. And then when they lose focus from that edit control, then replace it with the rendered version of it. And so you can do that. And then I also experimented with other graphic controls in here. You can do that. You can use your own. So this is a virtual image, but you could use a regular T image, for example, and other things like that. So there's a lot you can do with this, a lot of flexibility. And I'm sure there will be some more improvements with that and more things discovered in the near future. Oh, there's a question about targeting MSIX with FireMonkey. So this is a FireMonkey application here, and I targeted MSIX and deployed it. And I think it's installed. Yeah, it's right here. This is a FireMonkey application installed via MSIX. And
yeah, that is exactly how it was for AppX. In fact, we have actually replaced our support for the AppX format with the MSIX format, which is the newer model Microsoft is pushing. MSIX automatically includes what was called as desktop bridge, which is disappearing as a term and as a technology. But we have decided to move forward to MSIX, which is just an extension to AppX. It has more features in terms of enterprise deployment because IT administrator can wrap additional properties and features around MSIX. I can decorate an MSIX with additional information that it indicates, how the application should be installed and permissions and other things. So it is the new way forward for Microsoft, and the same format is the preferred format for Microsoft Store or Windows Store distribution.
So there's a question here about multi-letter currency symbols. I just pasted some currency symbols in here, and a couple of these are multi-level, like that one, but you can actually type anything you want to in here for the currency symbol. Oh, why is that not working? It was working before.
The there is both a currency symbol. Originally, there was only a currency symbol. But then through the beta, we got feedback and we ended up with full formatting, because you might want to have the currency before or after the number, or I mean, or some other variations on the theme. So there is formatting. A currency, I don't know, currency format is just a value. I think there is a way to have more expanded formatting. I'm not sure if it's a design time property.
Yeah, so here I did it. It must be something with that there. So what you can do is the currency format lets you, it's weird, I'm not sure why, but the currency format is a byte. And
yeah, it should have been an enumerator. Well,
it should be an enumerator.
Fix it in the future.
And then currency string is the string that shows up in that. So you see I put my name in there for the currency symbol because, you know, I apparently have a big ego. And the T control list and T number box work on all supported versions of Windows, which is what, Windows 8 and Windows 10, although it should probably work fine on XP. We just
most likely. It's all VCL code. They specifically the number box mimics WinUI, Maxo control, but that's in the same league of other controls that were added in 10 Seattle, in the original 10 Seattle and in Berlin, providing nice modern-looking controls that are still built completely in VCL, so you don't have a dependency or any external library. Now we're also considering supporting WinUI 3 natively. That will come in the future, but we're also trying to make sure that your application can work regardless of the version of Windows and what is installed.
So I will just show here on the T number box. Oops, number box 1 dot. There is a what is it? Currency string, a float value, and an integer value, or just values it, integer, I think. Value int, there it is. So you can get the value in different formats.
And by the way, the installer is now available. It was scheduled to be pushed at the top of the hour, and it was pushed. So now it's 2 minutes past the hour, and there is an ISO download and there is a web install. Notice that you can use the silent install on both if you are interested in. What's new in the doc wiki explains the parameters you need to pass to the installer to just have a request for the EULA acceptance upfront and then go completely silent. But that's available for both cases, for both the ISO, the single big download, or the web install, which installs only the initial bits and then downloads what is needed over time.
So there's a question about, can LSP show unused functions or procedures? Oh, yeah, so if you have a private function that's like, yes, it can.
Yeah, basically anything that you would get as a compiler warning or hint when you compile will now show live in the editor.
And
so I think actually the demo I showed that I mentioned something with an active if-def block, and the thing that we fixed there is just one of dozens and dozens of fixes. You have to pick a few things to show. But that particular one was where there are many if-defs that's needed to be known about, like Unicode or MS Windows or something like that exist, and now LSP knows about those. But in that demo, the method actually wasn't called anywhere, and it had blue dots underneath.
Yeah, you do have to turn that on. I found it's not on by default, I believe. So you'll want to come in here and say show error insight in the editor gutter and say show everything. Or at least I did. Maybe I turned it off. I don't know. I try and be very meticulous to make sure I keep track of exactly what I do so I can explain it correctly, but sometimes I miss things. So So the question here about picture and custom sound support and push notifications, there is a way to do it, but it's not built into the system. You can do it manually. That's one thing I love about Delphi, and without going off into a tangent about this, is there's all this stuff that's provided through the components and stuff that make it really easy productivity. But if you need to reach down and grab an API to do something that's not in there, you totally can. So yeah, you can do that, but it's not at the top level. Oh, so yeah, the point is that you can control click on the inherited, just the inherited keyword, and jump up there, which is great.
So I'm not sure what question that was replying to, Jim, but
yeah, if someone's saying that you could do control click to go to the implementation before, but now the new feature is that you can control click on inherited, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, also, as well as the inherited keyword, we've actually never been able to control click on a keyword before, which is a nice change. I mean, you can control click on the method name as well. So if you have your inherited create, you can control click on either. But I think a lot of the things there as well, we didn't really specifically call this out, but there's a lot more functionality in the IDE in that general sort of navigation editor area that's actually implemented via LSP. And even if the same feature exists, is now implemented a different way, a more robust way. So something like Control Shift up or down to navigate between the method implementation declaration is an existing feature. I mean, it works in 10.4.1, now works in 10.4.2, but in 10.4.2 it's implemented with the LSP server. And we haven't really called that out because we've mostly been focusing on new features and things like that. But it's definitely worth knowing that a lot of that stuff is making its way over to that new tech.
You have one kind of underlining for errors, another kind for warnings. So it's a different color, but the style is consistent. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw that question come in and realized, that's a really good idea. But no, right now all of the underlines are the same. But I do recommend going to the options and experimenting with them because they make it a lot more visible. I really like the new styles compared to the old sort of zigzag squiggly.
Yeah, I do too. I think I changed mine. I don't think that's a standard one there. For a color blindness point of view, I think it makes sense to have the ability to have different styles of it. So
that's an excellent point. So actually, if you can put in a QP request there, we'll see what we can do.
Awesome. Yeah, that's real important to do that because we get a lot of suggestions, and if we don't see them in Quality Portal, I have been guilty of that myself more than once, of not putting them in. What about unused units? Okay, so you can't have a underlining unused units in here because Delphi is a both procedural and object-oriented language. So pure object-oriented languages can tell you that this isn't being used because it's only objects in there, and those objects don't. If they're not being instantiated, those identifiers are not being referenced. Then it knows it's not being used. But you can have a initialization section in the bottom of your unit, right? And finalization. And this is code that always runs if that unit's in the uses clause. So a unit being in the uses clause I guess you could parse to see if there's an initialization or a finalization and remove that. But the reality is that because of the nature of the language, if you use a unit, that just using the unit can change the functionality of the program, even if you're not instantiating any objects, things from it. I can't think of the term. Anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And that's class constructors and destructors as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They work like initialization, finalization. But it is a really nice feature idea.
Yeah.
To have some sort of analysis like that. For the users clause, this release we mostly focused on improving completion in the users clause. So you should find that autocomplete there works much better in 10.4.2.
So question about IDE, remembering where it was at between when switching between editing and debugging, David? If it remembers where it was better?
Yeah, we did a lot of work there in 10.4.1 actually, so the previous release. So there are actually some settings now. If you go to the options dialog, there's a desktop and saving pane. And actually, I think you're pulling that up on screen now, Jim.
Yep.
And well, I'll just wait until that appears. So the saving in desktop, that's the one. So we have the layouts there, but you can change when the IDE moves around between multiple monitors as of 10.4.1. Now, if you're looking for more there, let us know. I mean, we're trying to strike a balance between sort of what many people want, because it's closely tied to how people work, and we get many conflicting requests here. But very open to making further changes.
Another question for you, David, about the Boost library.
Sure. Just the question sort of goes in order. Okay. Yes, we have Boost. We have Boost. It should be in Get It. I think we're at 1.7 right now, 1.70.
So the question is, another question here, Marco, 600 issues that were found in 10.4.2 were fixed. Is that what you were saying in there?
Yeah, I mean, 600 issues have been fixed. These are issues that were existing before 10.4.2. So either in 10.4.1, in 10.4, in one of the 10.3 versions. We always end up fixing some old issues that have been around lingering around for quite some time. But the majority are issues that were reported over the last couple of years. So this does not, the 600 numbers is not for fixes about features introduced in 10.4.2 or issues raised in the 10.4.2 beta. These are in addition. So we also fixed, I don't remember the number, like a couple of hundred issues that were reported during the beta, plus another 150 issues that have been found and reported internally against 10.4.2, or regressions or issues with work that was done. So the total is actually over 1,000. But the number of issues that have been reported by customers on previous versions that we fixed is just slightly over 600. And that matches the list in the doc wiki that I answered about it. I actually even put it in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat. Yeah.
So that's the list of fixes. The other thing that I wanted to mention that was asked is about coexisting with different versions. So if you install 10.4.2, it is going to uninstall 10.4.1 or 10.4 on the same machine. Of course, if you have a virtual machine, you can install multiple side by side. If you have a 10.3, that can live there alongside 10.4. So you cannot have two 10.4 versions, simply because the packages, the binary packages are the same, have the same name, and they need to have the same name to be compatible with third-party vendor components. So the VCL library runtime package or RTL runtime package have a fixed name, and so they really cannot coexist side by side.
Wow, there are a lot of questions here.
The other thing, there have been probably 20 questions about the community edition. So we are working on a new community edition, but right now we are not announcing a time frame for having it.
Yeah, so one of the things that's really important to understand, if you are a professional developer, the pro version is what you should be using. If you are, if you work in development, that's really what you should be using, or the trial if you're not sure you want to commit yet. That's not, the community edition is really targeted at students and hobbyists. So even if there were a community edition right now, make sure you are using the one that properly fits you for licensing purposes. Someone asked if I'm still here. Yep, I'm here. I'm not sure why.
And the other things a couple of people mentioned about bug reports. So later today, along with the other things we're doing, we're going to add the 10.4.2 version as a version on Quality Portal. And so it will be possible to report bugs against it. If not later today, will be by tomorrow. We have quite a few things to do to mark a release, and that's one of the items in the list. Similarly, all of the bugs listed in the doc wiki are not closed in Quality Portal yet. That might as well take a couple of days. It is a mostly automated process, but it requires some manual hand holding. So it takes a few hours, and you need to be careful not to mess up. So it's going to happen either today or tomorrow, because I have to do it. So I'm busy with the webinar and the blog post and the webinar again. So we'll get to it. Sorry. Oh, the other thing that was mentioned, I mean, this webinar has been a blast. I mean, we had over 500 people attending, and we're expecting more people coming to the one later. Today, you can still tell your friends to join later for the coming session later today, or tonight. We are going to miss it for people in Down Under.
I'll be in all three. There are a lot of comments.
Quite amazing. Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, it's quite amazing the number of questions that are coming in.
Yeah.
So just trying to scroll through at the moment. If you see me here, then sitting quietly, it's because I'm answering questions. Please keep them coming in, though.
Yeah, and there's a number of them as well. Also, they're saying, "Oh my goodness, I'm so excited about this or about that, or this is like the best feature release in a long time." I am really genuinely excited about this release. There's a lot of great stuff in here. I think it's a fantastic release. I'm always excited about new releases, but this one I'm particularly excited about. There's a question here about the
sorry, Julie, if I can comment there on being a fantastic release. It was something, Marco, I don't know if you mentioned this, but 10.4.1 was supposed to be our sort of quality release, and then 10.4.2 was sort of planned with many features, and that's what happened. We have a lot of new features in 10.4.2, but we've actually, 10.4.2 is really a quality release as well, because we fixed even more issues in 10.4.2 than in 10.4.1. And I found this with LSP, for example. I mean, we had this nice list of things that we just wanted to sit there and implement, but which we did, and we have new features in LSP. But when I actually look at the work we did, so much of it is just going through and revising and just making sure things work and are perfect, and all these scenarios that we've gone and tweaked and tested, and logs we've looked at and analyzed and stuff like that is actually quite extraordinary. I think that a feature release has the sort of quality work that we've done right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I totally agree. It's part of one of the interesting things about software development is that adding features adds bugs that you have to fix in the process. So fixing existing bugs and adding features at the same time is a lot more work than it seems like at the surface. Although all of you are software developers, you know that. So there's a comment here about the Mitov libraries not working in 10.4. So I've been working really close with Boyan on this. I think Boyan's a great friend. Actually, I've bought a number of his things with my own money because I think fantastic stuff he does. And we fixed a number of bugs that he's reported around this. And I think last night I was talking with him about this, and I think he said he's going to be able to make a release. I am not positive. We keep fixing bugs, and then there's other things that we need to get fixed. And it takes, because of he makes really awesome, complicated stuff, it takes a while sometimes to track down all the bugs. So we are making progress. I think, I'm gonna cross my fingers, I think we're there, but I'm not positive. I hope we are. If we're not, we will keep working with him and try and get it resolved. I feel really bad that it has taken this long and that there was issues, but we are really, really trying to fix those features and balance that. I mean, there was a lot of other compiler work done in this release around the performance improvement, which I've heard a lot of good feedback around as well. And I made a demo video showing some of that I'll be posting in the near future too. So anyway, a lot going on, and should be good news. Even if there are only 2 new VCL components, I like them very much. They are complex as it seems well thought out. In the past, VCL editions were often very underwhelming. Yeah, they are great components. It's a balance for sure. So a couple people commented earlier on saying, "Oh, I see new VCL components without new FireMonkey components." Finite amount of time can't implement everything, but there is improvements in FireMonkey, new platforms. So David, you mentioned the new debug visualizers. Is there a visualizer for TGUID?
I don't believe so, but it's actually a really good idea. We should definitely add one. Yeah, this release we added for the like the generic lists and stacks and so forth, and for the streams. I was actually really happy with the stream one, especially because it shows in hex. I think that's really nice.
You can make your own debug visualizers, and I know some tech partners have a number. If you installed their components, they have a number of debug visualizers they've added. So you can make your own TGUID one, or maybe we can get that added. So add a feature request to Quality Portal. So David remembers that good suggestion. Roland says that apparently everybody's crashing the download server. We actually use a Akamai CDN, content delivery network, to get the downloads out there to everybody. Sometimes when it first goes live, it takes a little while to replicate, but it should be able to keep up with all the demand. But it's great to see so much excitement. If you haven't gotten emails about it or update subscription notifications or something like that, it may take time for it to go out there. There's a lot of notifications going out. I know like 6 hours ago or so is when they started working on pushing things out live today. So it's almost been a full day's worth of effort today just in pushing out the release. So and that's not to mention all the stuff that's gone into it. So it takes time for all of it to replicate out for sure, but it's all coming. As far as installing, I don't know, I mentioned this already, installing 10.4.2 over 10.4.1. I think, yeah, Marco, you said that. You can't do them side by side, but when you install 10.4.2, it replaces 10.4.1 automatically.
Yes.
People saying, I'm downloading it now, installing now. I like this having the timing exactly right for this webinar, because then people are like excited about the demos and downloading it.
Sure, but it puts a bit of a journey. I mean, I'm looking like 5 different windows with things happening. So it's nice, but a little stressful.
Yeah. Actually, we when things move around as we're planning, because we plan this a long way out. At one point, we're like, oh, the webinar starts an hour before it goes live at this point, but
no, it's fine. It is actually nice to be able to tell people, hey, just go get there, download, or here's the list of the bugs fixed, publicly available, and so forth. But yeah, it is a bit of an issue tracking everything.
So there's a question here, David, about being able to navigate between hints, warning, and errors. I'm guessing like jump to the next one. Is that something that's available?
Not as such. It's actually something we wanted to have in 10.4.2. So the little panel down the bottom we originally meant to make clickable, so just sort of take you cycling through that. That didn't make it in this release, but it's definitely something we would like. Though when you compile and you have messages, there are keyboard shortcuts to sort of navigate through things. But in terms of LSP, adding the stuff to cycle through is something we'd certainly like to do. Didn't quite make it this release, but we can hope in future. One thing there though is that we added icons in the editor gutter, and the reason we did that, and of course you can turn all these on and off if you want, but the reason we did that is that it makes it really easy to spot errors and warnings and hints when you scroll. I mean, you grab this editor scroll bar thumb and you just sort of move the mouse up and down really fast. You'll see this sort of red, orange, or blue dot there on the left. Makes it really easy to spot.
Well, I guess the next thing would be to add it into the Navigator plugin. So I see like a highlighting over here or something. This is Parnassus Navigator, which is available through Get It. It's included with update subscription. I highly recommend the Navigator, Bookmarks, and Parallel Debugger by David Millington. They're all available for free if you have a subscription. They've been available for a while, and I'm always telling people about it. And I was working with an MVP the other day, and I was screen sharing, and he's like, "Whoa, what is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is Navigator." And he's like, "Oh, where do I get that? I need that right now." So it's great stuff. Not everybody's aware of it yet, but do go check it out and use it. They are the Parallel Debugger is brand new, and it's great for all debugging, but especially if you're doing multi-threaded debugging. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And yeah, a lot of questions about those actually. So yeah, it's they're all free in Get It. You can just install them. Get It IDE plugin section.
Does the T number box support thousands separator? I don't know. I'm there now. I don't think so. Actually, looking when I remember going through it, I don't think it was a thousands separator. So put a feature request in Quality Portal for that. Editor be without virtual space. I'm not sure what that question is. Can the editor be without virtual space? I'm not sure what that means. Is the T number box touch friendly? I have not tried it. I do have a touch tablet that I picked up that Dell had a really cheap. It was like $99 little 7-inch touchscreen Windows device I picked up. I will try and deploy it on there. I'm gonna say because you can change the size of these boxes here. They default to this, or you can have the side by side, and then you can make them wider. I mean, that's really what you need for touch friendliness is nice, large, clickable areas for big sausage fingers like mine. So I would say it probably is very touch friendly. I haven't tested it though. When can we expect a T number box and T control list in FireMonkey? Isn't there a T control list in FireMonkey already? Or no, there's a T number box in FireMonkey. But there's not.
Yeah, there is a slightly different number box, different in terms of UI, and it has got the expressions, but that's kind of an easy fix. And there isn't the same control list. There is the list box. I mean, you can design the items of your list in FireMonkey, and some of the visual design came from FireMonkey, but we've been focusing more on optimization. The fact that all items have the same height, for example, and have a lot in common. Really helps, making things faster. I think the logical plan would be to optimize the current FireMonkey implementation rather than adding like another new control because there are too many already. So we can look forward to optimize the FireMonkey control list by following some of the implementation and ideas in the VCL one.
Is there a database aware version of T number edit? There is. I don't think there is, but you can do live bindings with it.
Yeah. For the control list, there is full live binding, so that should be sufficient. For the number box, yeah, we can think of a DB aware version.
So actually, speaking of live bindings, most of the code you see in here is around the style, being able to swap styles because I got a little creative with that, which unfortunately I do sometimes. But this is all live bindings. Or almost all live bindings, bind visually. The ability to change the properties here on this. So there's the T number box, and all these other boxes that give you the ability to change the values, like the arrow width and stuff like that, is all done through live bindings. So if you're not using live bindings yet, check it out. They're really, really powerful. I did a skill sprint on it a few years ago, and honestly, I probably forgot most of the stuff from the skill sprint, but there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with live bindings. It's very, very powerful, especially, yeah, very powerful. If you want to do like a low code solution, it's great for that. It's interesting. I was talking to someone the day, the idea that Delphi really is the original low code. And again, I could go on about the things I love about Delphi, and this is one of them, is that you can do this thing where you can drop components, especially now with live bindings and stuff like that, and set these properties, and you can do so much without writing any code or very little code. I can't tell you how many times FireDAC, I've dropped some FireDAC components on the form and set properties and actually done like some sort of data import or something like that at design time, and never actually had to deploy my application just because of the design time support and flexibility in FireDAC. It's so cool. I love it. Should we be investing in gems? Yes, I am the new crypto. Move over Dogecoin. It's all about the gems now. Frozen Delphi, modern native looking. Will T-Edge?
That's also questions coming in. We'll need to end this at some point. I mean, at least before the next webinar starts.
Yeah. I will capture all these questions and try to get some answers. Maybe I can post a blog post with them.
I'm busy typing, answering at the time, and I definitely don't mind sticking around for as long as we need. I mean, yeah, I'm just happy to see the reaction that you guys have to this release. You know, we work hard here on this, and we really try hard to make something good. And seeing the kind of interest that you have, and also the things you're saying about how much this stuff is good and whatever, is really fantastic. So even if the volume is high, it's really nice.
You know, that's one of the things I've found about working at Embarcadero since coming in as being a customer is everybody I work with, especially product management and R&D, is just as enthusiastic and excited about the product as anybody I've worked with outside as well. So we love what we do. Marco was just commenting earlier about that he's seen me online at all hours recently. I worked on some of the demos for this, and playing with these things, it's a lot of fun, and I just had a blast building these demos and samples and stuff, and it's awesome stuff, and I get excited about it. Great stuff. A lot of time goes into the release though. So the question about migrating from Lazarus to Delphi, it should be able to do some of the migration. It should be pretty straightforward. Lazarus does try to, or FreePascal Lazarus does try to maintain a good compatibility, but there is some features that are different between the two, so your mileage may vary. But honestly, I really see Lazarus and FreePascal as like a complement to Delphi. Some people say that you feel like it's a competitor. I don't think that's the case. I think honestly that most developers should have both those in their tool belt, along with, you know, Python and some .NET thing or something like that, a little PHP and some JavaScript, I'm sure. Can we use T number box without a currency symbol, for example? Yes, you can. I think you can. Let me try it. Well, so you can have it different modes. So there's a float mode and an integer mode, but then you can have currency. Oh, I forgot I set that to minimize when I run. Let's go here to this and say currency string. Yes, so it is currency formatted right now. This one is, but its mode is currency. Oh, I'm not selected. I'm like, where's the mode? Mode is currency, but the currency string, because it's a string, can be any length, including no length. And yeah, it's like that. So yeah, if you've reported a bug and you're not seeing it getting fixed or whatever, Marco said you could email product management, David or Marco. I can speak from experience. I've been surprised how often an MVP or somebody's come to me and said, hey, I reported this bug. Can you check on it? And I will catch Marco or David on Skype, and they're like, oh yeah, we talked about this morning. And I'm like, oh, it was just reported last night. You already talked about the bug. So they do look at all the bugs, and they do try their best to consider them. And There have been times there have been feature requests for bugs that have been very important to me that have not been fixed as timely as possible. And I'm sure Marco and David have things they would like to see implemented, but it's just, finite resources, unfortunately, can't always get everything done we'd like to see.
Yeah, but again, I mean, by the end of the week, the list of bugs should be reflected in Quality Portal. And so yes, if you don't see any movement, then feel free to email us and then include the bug link, not the description, because at times they're not so easy to find. And we can, well, check if what the real internal status, which at times is not reflected properly, and let you know. I mean, at times we miss bugs that don't look important, but they are. I mean, given we receive a fair number, like 10 a day, it's not easy to have a full picture.
So David, question for you. Is there a way to restart LSP if it crashes without restarting the IDE?
Actually, in 10.4.2, the IDE should do that for you if it crashes. So hopefully it won't crash, and we've actually fixed a number of bugs there as well. We're probably picking up on a theme here. But if it does, then yeah, the IDE should restart. There's one situation where it might not, which is where instead of outright actively crashing, it might have some sort of state go wrong internally and just stop returning responses. And to the IDE, it's still there and still live. It's just not sending anything back. In that case, personally, I would just terminate the process, and the IDE should actually restart it. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say you possibly could do. I see I have 3 LSPs. Is that normal?
Yeah, that is normal. So yeah, actually, this is really interesting. If you don't mind if I talk for a minute about this. So many LSP servers just have a single process. And we've done something that we think is unique as far as we know among the family of LSP servers, which is that we actually sort of farm out work to different sub-processes. So one of the processes you see there is sort of like the general overseer process, and then there are a couple of agents as well. And one of the agents is there purely for error insight. That's its entire function, is just to immediately and as quickly as possible give back the errors and warnings and hints. And the other one is there for all the other functionality like code completion or parameter completion and so forth. So for every copy of bds.exe that you see, you should get 3 LSP processes.
Ah, okay. There's a question here about MDI on FireMonkey. Isn't MDI a Windows construct by Microsoft, or is it? Does anybody know?
Yes, MDI is a very specific Windows construct that has been there since the early days, not correct, since Windows 3, it was a very popular type of UI. It isn't as popular today, but it still has a role. But MDI is really tied to the at the very low level at the operating system. I'm not sure that would make a lot of sense outside of Windows and outside of desktop. So that's why it's not like a top feature in FireMonkey. But the ability to simulate MDI with layouts with a label acting as a title, sort of, is something that can be considered. Now, for the Windows side of things, we have been debating whether we should rebuild an MDI clone in VCL. The reason is that MDI has, the MDI support at the API level has a couple of really severe bugs right now with high DPI and all of the new things that are coming along in Windows. Microsoft has not fixed those issues, and they really misbehave. And it is complex because, for example, the operating system will end up adding menu items to your menu. If it does it wrong, it does it wrong. It replaces some of the minimize, maximize box and so forth according to some fairly weird rules that were built into the system. If now those buttons become extremely small or too large or whatever, unless we take full control of the painting, it is honestly broken. But yeah, we're considering taking full control of the painting because it is a valuable approach, even if not the most modern one. And so we are really considering it. Microsoft deprecated a long time ago, but until recently it kept working. Now it's broken. That's kind of the short story. It's a bit more complicated, but it is broken, and Microsoft has no intention of fixing it. So, but it has some few peculiarities. It's actually, if you look at it from the technical perspective, it's one of the most insane things that you can even conceive, up to the point that an MDI window cannot have a menu because the field inside the window class for the menu handle is reused as a child ID. So technically, you cannot have a menu because to save 4 bytes of memory or 2 bytes of memory at a time, they reuse the bit. And it's full of things like this. I mean, reusing API and things that are really complicated behind the scenes. But again, we are considering options, and if you have specific requirements or ideas, feel free to email us. I mean, I think me in particular, and we are interested in looking into some MDI lookalike solution.
Question here about FireMonkey. This is something I've not seen, but an issue where FireMonkey multi-device apps are responding slow when designing the layout. The components in the form being designed responds very slowly, adding them. So I haven't seen that. If there's a specific scenario where you're seeing that, please, whatever the steps are to get to that report in quality portal. Because I mean, this is a FireMonkey application here. I do like this new dialog, by the way. It's showing me what's going on. And then the code insight. I mean, I didn't have any trouble at all with this. It responds immediately to me. So if there's a situation where something happening that's causing it to be slow, do report that. Jim, was help files? Yes.
Just to interrupt, sorry. A couple of questions about contacting us, about emails and so forth. Just wondering if, until next time you demo something live, could you pull up that slide with our contact info?
Yes, I had planned to do that, and then I started slowing my screen and then forgot I was going to do that.
So just while Jim does that, there'll be a slide in a moment with all our names and email addresses, and you're welcome to email us anytime.
I will, yes. I do my best to try to answer emails, and I actually had someone that started messaging me like, hey, I sent you an email earlier, can you reply? I'm like, I'm trying, I really am. And by the way, Stephen Ball is online as well, helping answer questions. Thank you, Stephen, for that. Appreciate you. He does a lot of helping out with things. So even though he's wasn't on the slides as a presenter. Whoops.
Actually, just while you're pulling that up, Jim, a few more questions that come in. So, for example, the question came in about using virtual machines. We highly recommend using virtual machines for development. They're fantastic. There's no specific recommendation whether you host it on a Windows machine or a Mac. I mean, I personally use a Mac. I use Fusion. Some people use Macs and use Parallels. Both work fine. I think the main thing is that using a virtual machine in general is definitely well worth doing.
Yeah, I do too, and I've worked at a few places that use those, and they're really very useful for managing that. Okay, this is showing. Okay, the one thing that's really great is that you can have virtual machines that you can almost use them like branches, so you can have like this virtual machine set up for this branch, right? The version of your release, and then you can switch to another one and not have to worry about changing things or things, from one release interfering with another release and stuff like that. And then also you can archive that virtual machine and then be able to go back to it later. So if you're a customer that's on a really old branch and you want to make sure you can still build it exactly the same way you did back then, you can do that. So I mean, you should be using version control as well, and version control helps with that a lot, but virtual machines are a great way to help improve that capsulization.
A couple of questions here about speed buttons. And Marco, I think we fixed a couple of bugs around T-speed button.
Yeah, there was a significant issue with fonts in T-speed button that has been addressed in 10.4.2. So please test again your application with 10.4.2. The workaround, which was a change in the VCL code, was shared on Quality Portal. Actually, thanks to the people that came up with that and recommended it to others. But now it's officially fixed in the product.
Han says tomorrow he's upgrading his VMs and switching to 10.4.2 for official business. Looking forward to it. Awesome, great to hear. If something breaks, can I go back to 10.4.1? You can. You would have to uninstall it and reinstall it. I would really suggest using virtual machines for that situation so that you can save that. I mean, if you're not in a virtual machine, I realize you can't really switch. Although there are things to migrate from a physical computer to a virtual machine. Is there a plan to release the 2 last major versions with hotfixes or service packs? No, so we're not going to release like a hotfixes for 10.4.1 to add 10.4.2 features, or to like 10.3 to add 10.4.2 hotfixes or anything like that, is there? I don't think there is.
We tend not to make further updates to old releases. So I mean, the update for 10.4 is 10.4.2. And we sometimes have hotfixes for a specific version. Hopefully we won't, but perhaps we'll have a hotfix for 10.4.2, for example. But yeah, the latest version is really the one that we recommend using.
I'm trying to use multiple monitors to keep things here, and it's getting a little weird. All right, not multiple monitors, multiple displays, which is nice, but occasionally it doesn't. I can't switch between displays on a per monitor basis. That's what I'm trying to say. So Marco just posted the release blog post.
That is
awesome.
true. I was taking a break of answering questions while I was listening. That was written already. I mean, of course, I didn't write it like
Whenever I try and do that, where I'm trying to do 2 things at once, I usually end up, they bleed over, and I'd be like answering questions on my blog post. Dion says 26 years now with Delphi. Yes. Awesome. You should put a redirect or link on the old user download page. Which page is that, Lars? If you let me know what page it is, we can try and do that.
Well, Code Central is not stable at all. At times it's up, but it's not really working. So that's why there isn't a link. There is a direct link in the Embarcadero website to the download portal. Up at the bottom, there's a small section with the download portal link, because that's also where you find your licenses and so forth. So we've been trying to have it in a lot of places. Yeah, new customer portal is there up on top in green color.
Yep.
And by the way, the new website is really a significant redesign. I'd be interested to know your feedback about it. It's not just the new content about 10.4.2, but it's really a complete redesign of Embarcadero.com.
Yeah, it's something we've been working on quite a bit. And actually, if you haven't seen the showcases. We did a showcase challenge recently. It had tons. I don't even know if we've got them all posted yet. Oh my goodness. So many of these coming in here. It's interesting. We tried to have some sort of I don't want to say this is going to make anybody upset. We tried to only let in like the ones that looked cool, was the original plan, but honestly, I would say 99% of them are pretty awesome. There were a few that we didn't understand, or that somebody submitted like 5 or 6 different apps, and we're like, okay, one's probably good for you. But there's a lot. I mean, we have how many? Gosh, how many pages are these? And a lot on each page. So anyway, very cool. So if you haven't gone out here to the showcase, check it out. We're going to add some subcategories and some curation things in here as well. Wow. I really enjoyed. There's a lot of these that are like simulation things and stuff like that as well. So cool. So cool.
Yeah, I need to resurface my Lego minifigures app. I resolved my IP dispute with the company.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but then I have to redo a ton of work that I don't know. I need to take pictures and do other graphic things. It's not the development, but the rest of the work was serious. So it's on my to-do list. That's fine because it went to half a million downloads, which
wow.
is a nice number for a mobile app. Yep.
So there are a few questions here about IDE scaling as well, sort of scattered through the list. So first of all, high DPI support, like true high DPI support where it's really crisp, is in the roadmap for 10.5. But we're working on that, now, and some of those improvements have made their way into 10.4.2. And what you'll see there won't specifically be something like a window looking very crisp on a high DPI display, but you may see behavior improvements, moving between different screens, or resizing windows, or something like that. There are improvements in 10.4.2, and 10.5 is the one that the roadmap identifies for high DPI support.
So Marco, there's a question here. Yes, thank you, David. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm looking forward to that. There's always new improvements. Something I found, honestly, is a lot of software I use is still chasing high DPI. It's apparently much more complicated than it seems like, because I'm surprised every now and then I'm in a high DPI situation or a scaling situation, and how much software doesn't work right, which I'm sure if you're asking about that, you're aware of that as well. Question though, Marco, I guess. Question is, which edition would we need? Someone's saying they want to be able to deploy all the platforms, but they're a small company now that's trying to build up their infrastructure. Can you discuss real quickly the difference between the editions and which edition they should probably look at?
Sure. I mean, Professional Edition serves a lot of purposes. It has all of the platforms safe for Linux, and it has all of the mobile support and the desktop support, including both FireMonkey and VCL. The limitations come into a few areas. One is the FireDAC database access layer is limited to local databases. So basically, if you're building a local application with a database on the same machine, whether it's embedded or separate, if you're using a remote database server in a client server architecture, then the FireDAC components are limited in that respect. And also databases like Oracle, which are really never used locally, but only as a remote DBMS, are not supported by FireDAC. The second area is multi-tier architectures, which are often very useful for a mobile app. A mobile app never really hooks directly to a database. It goes through an intermediate layer. There are many technologies out there, but if you want to use Delphi or C++ Builder to build your multi-tier, whether with the good old FireDAC, DataSnap, which is a nice stable technology, or the more modern and more flexible RAD server, those are included only in the enterprise version. Yeah, there are some other differences. The other thing, of course, is Linux target, because we've we felt it was primarily a server-side target or a multi-tier target, then it's available only with Delphi Enterprise.
So Richard pointed out that on the T number box, thousand separator and decimals are cultural dependent. So it might be a good feature request to add the ability to pull that localization preferences from the system and apply that there for currency and decimals and stuff.
Okay, I literally have 5 minutes to go. Sorry for that. We've got about an hour longer, which is great. I mean, we really appreciated all the questions. There are some we haven't gone through. We'll go over them. Maybe we can release like a few blog posts with question and answers and so forth. Again, thanks a lot for the participation. There's still a few hundreds of people online after the 2 hours we started, which is
wow.
Impressive.
Yeah,
it's really great. So thanks a lot. And again, feel free to email us directly or reach us via, social media or whatever. I think you know how to get a hold of us.
It should be up on the screen, is it not?
Yes.
It is. Yep.
Okay. So question about T control list supporting touch scroll. It should support it. I haven't tried it. Work. I think it should. Tray icon for FireMonkey. So there is not a tray icon component in FireMonkey, but you can do it. It would just be a matter of calling Windows APIs because it's a Windows API specific thing. Although there's a similar behavior you can have on Mac OS, and I guess on Android we have Android services. So it's just different on each platform, but there's not as far as I know, a tray icon component for FireMonkey. If you want to have that feature added, add a feature request to Quality Portal, but looks like it could be the best 10x version so far. Yeah, I like the idea of being a 10x version. Number of significant digits. So max length in the number box demo, is that the max length? Oh, it's a good question. I didn't play with that one. It's on my demo here. Max length. I don't. Maybe if that's only if you don't set the max value. It's probably in the doc wiki. I just don't remember. Max length. I don't see it doing anything. Oh, it's like it's going down when I'm pressing the up arrow. That's because I'm negative. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't see it doing anything. I'm not sure. Check the doc wiki. Maybe it's not implemented. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. So max length is, so I set the max value and min value to 0, and then the max length doesn't seem to be doing anything. But it might not be, I didn't play with it. It might not be connected. I don't know. Let's see, I'll just come here and change the max length. Change this to 0, 0. Download the trial and try it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it doing anything. Check the doc wiki too. It might explain it in there. It's installing right now. Somebody requesting Raspberry Pi. Actually, I was just talking to a few people last night about wanting to have Raspberry Pi. I would love to have Raspberry Pi. There's unfortunately a lot of things that are priority. Maybe eventually. Honestly, I really do think Raspberry Pi or ARM Linux is about to explode because the Mac OS or Mac's moved to ARM, and then Microsoft and Google have just announced they're moving to ARM or building their own processors as well. And then the Raspberry Pi compute module, Raspberry Pi 4 compute module, is really, really compelling platform, and I think we're going to see that in a lot of data centers and stuff. So I think the ARM Linux is about to become really important. We need a search box in the question panel. Yes, we do. Gosh. Let's see.
A couple of questions on replays as well. We are going to make a replay available, but we have multiple versions of the webinar, or multiple instances of the webinar today, and I think the next one starts, and we'll all be online for this one again, starts in just 1 hour. So if you miss this one and you can wait for 1 hour, just join us again.
Yes, so we do have to end this webinar before the next one starts.
Yep. And then there's a third one actually in sort of like Australasian time zones in, I think, 7 hours, maybe 8 hours from now. But we have a blog post, with what's new, and that has a register link, and you can choose time zone there. So go to that. And
well, if you're registered for all three.
All right.
I thought that would be easier than otherwise people are like, oh, I registered for the wrong one.
For sure, yeah.
Although apparently because it is a multi-time event, it doesn't give you a Google Calendar add link, so you have to add it via the ICS, which that's a limitation of Google Calendar if you have multiple events. Yeah, I hear you, Lars. I've become a grumpy old man too sometimes. Okay, Marco, do you need to go? I think we've already missed a couple of meetings that we're supposed to be in, and we do have another webinar. So I will grab the question log and try and put it into a blog post with all the answers in it. Frankie says, not really a question, but I've been happily using Delphi from version 1 and Borland Pascal 7 with objects. Before that, happy birthday, Delphi. Yes, just celebrated Delphi's birthday last week. So much fun. I really wanted to do so much more about the birthday celebration, but was really wrapped up in 10.4.2, so didn't get
at some point we wanted to release the day of the birthday, but we couldn't. It was a bit of also it was on the weekend, which was a bit complicated. So
yeah. Like even getting
comment here about lamps behind me. Sorry about that. It's the room zone lighting. I might need to bring a lamp in for the next one. It's nighttime here. Frankly, I'm glad if you can't see me very well, because I'm sitting here with my Corona haircut, aka not having had one for several months, and having camera on at all is terrible. But yeah, I'll see if I can set up better lighting for the next session.
So actually, I turned my light off, and then I need to get a ring light, but I have a window right here, and then my monitors are illuminating me, and then that's how I can get a really nice background fade effect with the software there. But anyway, you look actually really good for not having a haircut in quite a while. I get really scraggly working really quick.
Same problem here. My barber was closed for the last 2 weeks. So.
Luckily, my wife's been cutting my hair for me.
Okay. Well, again, thanks a lot for attending and for the great questions and participation. Looking forward to see you again online soon, and hopefully at some point in person, but it's going to take a little extra time, I guess. Yeah, well, let's go download and use the product, or if you don't own a license, go buy one. That is important for the product to make sure people buy it and enjoy it after they have a license.
Yes. Is Android 11 out of the box? Yeah, it is. Although the wireless debugging requires a little extra effort, but it should all work out of the box. I was able to do it out of the box just fine. David, I interrupted you. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. I thought we were wrapping up, so I was just going to say thank you to everyone. Huge number of questions and an awful lot of people attending. It's been fantastic. So yeah, we really hope you like 10.4.2. We're pretty happy with it. I think it's a great release.
It's the same link for the next section, right? Team? Sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry, go on.
Okay, no, someone was asking about the link for the next session, sorry.
Yep. And also, if you want to download, it's my.embarcadero.com and log in with your BDN credentials.
Yeah, so Maya, if MDI is really important, do put a feature request in, and if it gets prioritized, maybe it's something we can come up with a FireMonkey or MDI with FireMonkey. Like Marco said, it's really a Windows API specific thing. So, or you can implement it yourself. There's ways you can make it yourself. I did that at one point a while back, but oh, also, thank you so much for everybody that's leaving all the well wishes in here. I really appreciate that. Not that everybody needs to say thank you, but we do appreciate that. It's good to see the positive feedback. If a couple people commented they were on with us this morning, so welcome back if you were. We were on 2 hours answering questions, so it's been a crazy day. Start answering questions. I can share my screen as well if we have something we need to bring up there. Come on, my question panel disappeared. Okay. There's a couple questions about if you're upgrading from 10.4.1 to 10.4.2. Does the upgrade process, do you have to reinstall your components when you're done, or your get it packages, or do those migrate?
No, I mean, third-party component packages migrate. They are compatible with all 10.4.2 versions. The packages that are listed in the registry, if you do the regular installation, which implies uninstalling at the beginning of the installation, then everything in your registry gets carried over, including the third-party components listed. If you uninstall manually, you should rather create a snapshot of the registry with the migration tool, and then you can reapply it, and so the same, everything will be back in place. Now, for get it packages, things are slightly more complicated because the uninstallation process actually uninstalled them, but there remain references in the registry. So in practical terms, you'll get an error message when starting, and you'll have to reinstall the get it packages.
Okay, there's a couple people asking about specific bugs. There is actually, I can.
Yeah, I was looking for the list.
There's a list of bug fixes on the doc wiki. That's it there. So here's the list of bugs that were fixed, unless you already put it in there, Marco. I'll put it in the chat. You can check there. They may not be updated in Quality Portal yet. If the bug was not in Quality Portal, then it probably isn't fixed. It may have been fixed, it's possible, but if it wasn't in Quality Portal, put it in Quality Portal, and that way it can be looked at being fixed in the future. Let's see. So, oh gosh, sorry, I was reading some questions and now I've gotten lost again. A question here about 10.4.2 being used for academic research and 64-bit compilation. I need to allocate more than 64 bytes for some algorithms. So 10.4.2 is available now for download. There is an academic license. You can talk to sales if you are in academia. So yeah, that's a possibility as well. If you are,
in terms of memory allocation, I've seen a few questions. I recommend like following up directly. Even if you can allocate a very large amount of memory in a 64-bit application, there are limitations on the size of individual blocks. So there is still a limit on the size of a single memory block. And also, but that's separate, some of our data structures have a cap on the number of items they can include. So that we have a few data structures that won't go over to 2 billion items or whatever. I mean, 4 gigabyte in the list of items and things like that. So some we're going to fix, but there are some intrinsic limitations that are real in the system. You cannot really allocate a single huge memory block.
So Alistair Christie of LearnDelphi.tv did a video recently of allocating a huge amount of memory just because. So I think he did a 64-bit. He went over the 32-bit limit, but see if they can look at that.
You can have a lot of memory allocated. The thing that I'm not sure is you can have a single block that is bigger than 2 gigabytes. You can do that with streaming and some mechanism. The other thing is that some of the core data is actually like a static array. A static array has limitations because that's from your data, not from the heap, and so it incurs in some different limitations. So it's not that everything is possible. There are some limitations that are part of the platform. There are some limitations that are part of our tools, and we can try to overcome them in the future.
Yeah. When will upgrading dot versions no longer require uninstalling, reinstalling of Git packages? So one thing I did, David, is there's a command line version of Git now, Git CMD, and you can put all the Git packages that you have in a list, and then use the Git CMD to reinstall them or uninstall them before uninstalling and then reinstall them when you're done and manually manage that. But it would be nice if Git did that automatically. I don't know. Is that coming soon, Marco?
It's coming soon, but it's a bit tricky because, well, first let me say that the migration tool has that support. I don't think it's been tested extensively. So the migration tool can capture the list of the packages and try to reapply them by means of Git CMD. I would do some experiments before doing a live system, honestly. In terms of migration, I mean, in general, of Git packages, the problem is that we can work on some of it, but in some scenarios, it is more complex because you might not, I mean, the same package might not be available for a different version. You might have to move up to a different version of the same package. And now our versioning in Git is limited so far. So that's where some of the issues are really hurting. So overall, we need to improve the entire system to get to that point.
Sorry, my screen's swapping around on me. Okay. So David, you showed some of the new LSP features. I know it's something a lot of people have been asking about. How does that handle working with different units and stuff, as far as like if you have units in your project, can you use the code completion to add those into the users clause?
Yeah, users completion was definitely something we improved a lot. So now it will show units that are in your project search path and a couple of other paths as well. And I think we showed in the webinar today, it'll actually show you if a unit is already included as well, which is a nice touch. Yeah, a lot of the work we did in LSP this release was sort of to polish a lot of those features. So the users clause is a good example. We had completion in the users clause earlier, but we went ahead and sort of revised and really improved that this release. And the same is true for many other areas, which is a long way of saying yes.
So I noticed that the LSP seems faster in 10.4.2. Is it faster, or is it just my perception?
Definitely should be, and the main reason for that is that it uses the compiler, and we made a bunch of compiler performance improvements. Now, I think Marco mentioned these, but if not, Marco, now's probably a good time to jump in. But there are a lot of compiler performance improvements in 10.4.2, and many of those affect the kind of work that LSP does.
So there's a couple of questions. Yeah, actually, so one of the MVPs was just talking about that he tested some of his, a big chunk of his code and found that 10.4.2 was faster than, I think it was almost as fast as 10.4.1 with the IDE fix pack, if I remember correctly. Anyway, I did some tests as well and found I took IDE SQL, the open source project. Matthias had suggested it was faster, and I did the Win32 compile, and I saw a 40% speed improvement on the compilation. So there is, it's going to vary from project to project depending on what your project does. Circular references and stuff like that can have a big impact on it, but there are some benefits, some speed benefits there. There are a few questions here about Android widgets. So we don't have official Android widget support in Delphi, but in theory, when you're making a Delphi application, it's making a what's called a Android activity, which is the Android version of a form, although it's not quite exactly a one-to-one correlation. And in theory, you could take a Android, Java, or Kotlin stub for an activity, for a widget, and have it load that Delphi activity in theory. I haven't tested this, but if you really want to do an activity, suggest give it a look. Maybe you can figure it out. If you do, let me know. I would love to see it. I wanted to test it and just don't have time, and I probably will not. Can you use the Windows Program Store's MSIX also for updating your programs? Marco, MSIX, can you use that beyond the store?
Yes, MSIX is the official format for the store, so we really recommend using it there. The other thing that is important to notice is that MSIX does support updates. That means that if you are providing a new version of MSIX, Microsoft is going to make a diff of the two and actually pushing the diff only. That's something we haven't done a lot of experiments with, but it sounds intriguing. We are planning to do some research to figure out how effective that is with, and if using different application model like runtime packages or not affects the delta that Microsoft can generate for an MSIX package.
Well, that's cool. They've been talking about a lot of interesting things they're doing around that, so I'm pretty excited about that. So I'm not sure. There's a question here about time travel bug debugging, considering it can cut a lot of debugging time, reducing from square time complexity to linear complexity. I'm not sure I'm following the question.
That's actually the second question in a series of two.
Oh, okay.
It's asking about a feature. It is a feature request, basically asking for us to implement something in the debugger. It's the kind of debugging where you track state as it changes. You can sort of rewind the app. And it's very nice. I think we'd really like to have that. Although we have other debugger work that we want to do first before implementing something like that. But it's definitely the kind of thing that we're working towards being able to provide in future.
Someone's commenting that they can't remember their password for quality.embarcadero.com. It's the same password you use on my.embarcadero.com. So pretty sure it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So you can, if you're using that there to download.
Is it on quality you need to use your username and not your email or vice versa? I know that you cannot use both of them. It's either one or the other. I always get confused.
It is not your email. It is your username. But okay, some people use it.
Well, everywhere else you can use either the username or the email, but Quality Portal is the username only. So, yeah.
But yeah, go to my. Is there a reset password link on quality.embarcadero?
Yeah, but that reset the password overall. I mean, for your license management locally and everywhere else. Yes.
Yeah. So if you can log into, I'm logged in. If you can log into my.embarcadero.com, then you can log in. Just use your username, not your password, not your email, to log into Quality, and you can get in there. If you can't log into either one, then you need to reset your password. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I was trying to share my screen to show that. Anyway, the what's new blog post is up. Oh, here's the new website. If you haven't been to the new website, it's a full redesign on the new website. There's a lot of changes and stuff. A couple things actually that may be changing or being fixed still. But you can get to the customer portal right here, new customer portal. So you can go there to download the latest version. And if you don't have the latest version, wow, 26% off for Delphi's 26th birthday. Good deal. So anyway, you may have to, navigating may require a little bit more getting used to. It can be frustrating when things change, but I really like the new changes and there's a lot of good improvements on it. Is there a guide anywhere for using the new features of the parallel programming library?
Yeah, I was just replying. Primož has written a book that covers both his library, but also parallel programming library. I don't remember the exact title, but Primož Gabrielčić. You should be able to find it.
It's not. Is it the one that's on Packet?
Yeah, Packet? I think so. Well, he has more than one book there.
So I think they combined his two titles into one, and then
possible.
If you go to his Delphi website, I can't remember what the website is. Somewhere, I thought there was a list of books here. Anyway, he does have a book. Also, there is some information in the doc wiki as well on it, and there is Dahlia just did a book on event-driven programming that doesn't really go into parallel programming, but it does cover some of it as well because it talks about asynchronous programming. So that could be there, might be a useful link. I thought there was another book by him on, but it's not showing it. Okay, let's see next. Oh, here we go. It came up. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one, performance, is talking about memory management, parallel world. Yeah. So this is I think this is the book that you want to. One of the books you can look at.
Okay. Yeah. The other thing I want to mention, answering a few questions, is one. Someone asked when it's going to be released. It has been released a few hours ago, so it is available 10.2, and if you are an existing customer, you can download it on my.embarcadero.com. And if you are not an existing customer, you can get a trial of 10.2, or you can just go ahead and buy it. Just go to embarcadero.com website and you can follow the various links. But my.embarcadero.com is the new download portal for customers with an active IDE subscription who are entitled just get the new version.
Yep. So here's my.embarcadero.com. You can go here and download it, and then here's the main page, the homepage, freshly updated. It was actually pushed during the first edition of the webinar this morning, so while we were answering questions, we're like looking. Okay, it's live now. I don't think we can change. There's a couple questions about GoToWebinar. Yep. Yeah, I don't know that we can change it. We're actually just discussing. We're always discussing other alternatives, and there's always pros and cons to everything. So Bruce said he has a high-performance Delphi book. That's the book I was thinking of. So I'm not sure if Packet combined two books into one. So if you buy the one that I was showing there, I think that includes both the other books, if I remember correctly. And I'm not sure why they did that. Pact, I guess, is the name. Let's see. Is the update available through Get-It? So the major update is not available. A major release is not available through Get-It, although I guess that would be a new. We could add that and Get-It, maybe. I don't know.
What we plan to do, it's not there yet. We plan to add message through using the for existing TEM4 and TEM4.1 customers via the patches mechanism. So it will show up as a patch, although it's not really a patch, but it will not actually include the download bits, but just a link to the website with more information. It's kind of an announcement that a new version is available, which you can consider as a patch of the previous version, although it's not exactly something you can install on top of it. And the basic reason is that, I mean, a new version, a version has 50 gigabytes of stuff and I don't know, 70,000 files. Creating a patch for a version, an entire version would be really, really complicated. There's so many chances that things will not install properly and things break that is very hard.
I was asking for a recommended Android Wear device to work with Delphi. I have not worked with Android Wear in quite a while. So you, if it's an Android Wear device, it should work. As far as I know, I have not tried it in a long time, unfortunately. Okay, gosh, I think, are we up to on the questions here? I am scrolling, seeing if there's anything I've missed.
Jim, I think there are a few that we could answer.
Oh, so here's one about the difference in features between Delphi and C++ Builder. What are some of the advantages C++ Builder has over Delphi or vice versa? Why would someone choose one over the other? David,
that's a good question. I'm not sure where that is in the question log. I think it really comes down to what sort of language you prefer. Delphi has its own strengths and C++ has its own strengths. I think C++ is a harder language to use, but it can be more powerful. It's more expressive and compiles to more performant code. Delphi is much more, I think, elegant language. It's definitely more curated. It's designed with a bit more care. It's much nicer to compile in. Then there are questions about things like platforms. Sorry, Marco, go ahead.
Yeah, it's faster to compile, but yeah, and we currently support more platforms. But ultimately, it is true. It's a matter of if you already know one of the two, you might want to continue using it. The other thing, it might depend on the libraries that you are planning to use. There are, among the third-party components, there are libraries that are Delphi only, and in the development space, there are a lot of very powerful C++ libraries that don't have an equivalent on the Delphi side. So that's also something that might drive your decision. But the other thing that's important to mention, you can, by buying RAD Studio, you can use them together. You can use C++ libraries and a Delphi user interface, or you can mix and match, different forms written with the two languages. And it really, the combined RAD Studio gives the flexibility of not just picking one of the two languages, but combining the two languages.
Yeah, David Millington did I think it was a code rage a few years back about integrating Delphi and C++ Builder together. And when you look at, and that's one thing that C++ Builder in the past few years, so we see more platforms on Delphi, but C++ Builder has moved to embrace more of the C++ standards, which opens it up to that larger C++ library ecosystem. And that can be really powerful there. So if you are, even if you're a Delphi developer, being able to use those C++ standard libraries from Delphi by integrating the two together can be a really, really powerful feature. But if you are a C++ developer and you want to take advantage of those, that's a really big feature. So it's not that you can't say, oh, Delphi has more platforms, it's better, because there's pros and cons. There's a lot of big advantages in C++ Builder when you look at that, the ability to connect with those other libraries and such. So David, you had another question that you saw that I missed that you were going to bring up?
Well, actually, it was exactly that question, like the sixth one in the log or something, was about exactly that from Stefania. And you might have to scroll a bit, but in the answer to that, there's a link to our GitHub for Code Rage 2016, or you can just go to github.com for Embarcadero. I think it's /Embarcadero Tech. Look for Code Rage 2016, and then there's a sample there that shows using Delphi from C++ and topically using C++ from Delphi, and that's one. I mean, there are many ways to do it, but this is one way that I find quite elegant to access C++ libraries from Delphi.
There was a few times. Actually, there's also a series of videos on YouTube on integrating Visual C++ and C++ Builder. So where you have Visual C++ libraries, and Visual C++ uses some different calling conventions, and I do not remember the details of all of that, but we have on our YouTube channel a thing about how to use Visual C++ from C++ Builder and combine them together and stuff. So a lot of cool things.
That's much more complicated though, because Visual C++ uses a different object file format. So it's not just about calling conventions, there's a lot of other stuff that's different there. I think we'd recommend, if you can, compile your C++ source and C++ Builder, since C Builder and Delphi are sort of one ecosystem. They share what they're doing. A lot of the tech is the same under the hood, and that makes integration so much easier.
All right, David, let's see. Oh, so actually that would be a question. The question here about the warnings and hints in the code. So by default, it doesn't. So you see your hints, your errors in your code, right? So if I take this off, now I have an error here, but you don't see the warnings by default unless you come in here to Tools, Options. I don't remember exactly how to get there. I need to reboot. I've been
Options UE editor language.
Yes, there it is.
Yep, and so now there's an error insight tab.
Error insight, yep. So by default, it's errors only, but you can change it to everything, which is what I did, and then you can change the rendering style and then add them to the gutter, which I don't know why that's not on by default, because that's such a cool feature, but that's how you can turn it on right there. Definitely recommended everybody come and turn that on.
Yep, absolutely. And do experiment with the other underlining styles as well. That should hopefully make it much more visible to spot things. Also, there's a checkbox there as well, just below that show error insight in the editor gutter, and it'll show a little icon, an exclamation mark or a sort of amber warning sign or something like that. The main reason for that, of course, you can turn it off if you want, but the main reason for that is that when you have errors or hints or warnings in your code and you're scrolling, you often scroll fast, and the little sort of bright dot there is much easier to spot than looking for an underline. Sometimes you can see something as you scroll past.
Wouldn't that be a warning for not being defined for style name? I guess that strings are initialized to 0. Sorry. Dot string. Oh, that's initialized.
So you should be getting a warning there that I is used before initialization. Did you turn it on, showing everything?
Yeah, I just turned it off. You know what? I have been installing packages and uninstalling stuff, so I may have my Delphi in a weird state. I probably shouldn't be trying to demo stuff live right now. It's taking a long time to open the options screen here, so I probably messed something up. It says it's on. Let me, I'll restart it and then try again. Oh, there it is. It showed up and it disappeared. It showed up, so I'm not sure what I did. I messed something up, but it is working now. But I will restart it. Okay. Any other questions, David, that you saw? Any other questions that you wanted to make sure we got covered here?
I think there were a few actually, and they're possibly ones that you have answered, and I have to apologize because it's getting quite late at night here, so I've forgotten. Let's see. I think it was an interesting one about the up-down box with the expressions, whether you lost the expression when you're using the up or down arrows. Did you answer that?
Oh, I did. The expression is the way number box works, that the expression is computed when you press enter, but the expression is not, the expression text is not kept around, but it's basically replaced with a result. So it's like a one-shot expression calculation. So if you enter, 10 times 20, you get 200 on screen, and the component will not remember that this 200 was not typed into, but entered by an expression. Same when you are going up and down or paging up and down, which you can configure how much up and down means. If it's 110 or whatever. But again, there's no recollection of what was what you entered in terms of input with the keyboard and what you entered by further modifying the value with the up and down arrows. The only information that the component has is the current value. And by the way, I mentioned that in the other webinar, the expression engine is in the Delphi runtime library. It's one of the elements at core of the live binding expressions, which can use an expression engine. So you can kind of mimic it or apply the same fairly easily by using the underlying expression engine. I think I wrote some articles about it. I need to find them. It's been a long time.
That would be interesting. So there's a question here about if the expression engine supports variables. I don't think so. I think all it supports addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and parentheses. So it handles it. I tested it, seemed to handle order of operations correctly as well.
Yeah, the number box. Yeah, the number box only has basic expression. Now, the expression engine in the product allows for RTTI calls, so you can have variables, you can hook to properties, you can hook to functions that you can provide via I think anonymous methods, but I'm not certain, and so forth. So the expression engine in the product is very powerful. The number box just uses a kind of simplified model with no variable or no external functions. Because in the internal expression engine, you can have your square root, power functions. You can come up with anything. You define the code, you kind of register the function with a name, and then can be invoked by entering the string in the expression engine. So the engine itself is really powerful. I'll write a note to find the text and blog about it.
So there's a question here from Matthias, if I'm hopefully saying your name right, saying that it seems that received a new breath in recent years. Delphi and also C++ builders seem to be developing confidentially. Is that just my impression, or do you feel the same? I definitely feel the same. I feel like we really, going through an acquisition is always hard, but honestly, I think we've come out better as a result. IDERA is a big believer in having free tools, and so the fact that we have a community edition right now, even though it's not at parity with the current release version, is something that couldn't happen under before IDERA. So that's a huge thing. Lots of other things have changed, but really recently, I think things have been going a lot better. Delphi's really been in a resurgent lately, in my opinion. Marco or David, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
No, I think that covers it very well. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's true. There's a lot being done. There's a lot happening around Delphi. At the contest that Jim just launched about application built with Delphi has had a staggering response. But we keep finding even better and nicer application used internally in the industry, or to put the glue? No, not the glue. What was the silicon on the parachute for the Mars rover? whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I was chatting with a guy that automated the Long Beach Harbor cranes. It's like 200. I mean, dozens of container cranes moving at the same time, all driven by a Delphi application. I mean, it's just huge, but it's very hidden. Now, the thing that I like a lot is that since probably 20 years ago, when Microsoft started what they were calling Chicago, which was the road to Cairo, you need to have like gray hair to remember all of that stuff. But the point was, Microsoft was telling soon after 95, I think around before year 2000, that the APIs we were knowing was going away. There was going to be a COM-based operating system, so be ready to say goodbye to all of the other development tools out there that were not targeting, that were not Visual Studio or their tools. Then this morphed into, oh, the future is .NET, the Windows API is going away. If you don't have .NET, you'll be dead. No application without .NET is going to ever run on a Windows machine. And we said, well, yeah, and actually the company jumped on it. I wasn't there, but companies jumped on it, even creating VCL for .NET, which has some hiccups, but was interesting from a technical point of view. But then it proved, well, no, Win32 was staying around. Then Win8 came along with Universal Windows Platforms and WinRT and a brand new API they're going to take over and replace Win32 forever. And so you need to again migrate your application for the third time to get it working on the future version of Windows. And now Microsoft is on Project Reunion, which for the first time says, oh, native Windows applications are the way to go. They have like a priority, they have a big spot, they are important, and we want to expand and enhance the API for the sake of good old Windows application you can build with Delphi and C++ Builder. So after 20 years, we are sitting on the best technology for Windows development. We always knew it, but Microsoft was kind of pretending that was not the case. Now it's kind of official, and it is interesting because if over 20 years they haven't been able to replace the Windows API and the native platform, that's going to happen, not going to happen in the next 20 years. So we are safe, and the product can continue grow without having to reinvent everything. And honestly, for developers who spend time rebuilding their application 2 or 3 times over these 20 years with new languages and technologies, they're kind of back to square one. If someone was in Delphi and remained on Delphi, they have a road paved ahead for Windows 10. Plus, they can move a lot of the code to mobile and Mac and Linux and other platforms. So it's a good time to be on Delphi.
So there was I remember back when I used to attend software developer events, and I would talk to someone, they're like, oh, the new version of Swift just came out and I have to rewrite all my programs again. Or, you know, I hear that a lot from people with other languages, and that's one thing I've always loved about Delphi is I feel like it respects the investment I have in my code, and so it's going to be compatible to move things forward. So that's great. And then, but the fact that I remember when, was it Vista, when Microsoft was all about everything being written in JavaScript? They're like, all the new programs are in JavaScript. So
yeah, Microsoft is still doing that a lot, honestly.
Yeah. But yeah, it is a much better improvement with things. So there's a few questions about path length. So there's a few things you can do. I use a program called Rapid Environment Editor to manage my path, but it doesn't have something specifically for reducing your overall path length. I saw there was a registry setting you could do to improve the path length or something like that. I don't remember what it is now. The other thing you can do though is so Microsoft said you should install everything in program files folder, and you can do that. But then if you do that, and then the path says the full program files in there, that's really long. But you can use expanding strings, which is the percents around it, to shorten that. And so if you have a lot of the same string repeating over and over and over again in your path, if you replace that with one of those expanding strings, which then that will shorten your path quite a bit too. So that it's kind of a limitation with the way the desktop or the OS works. Not really a lot we can do from our side besides. I mean, you could uninstall. You could. I mean, there are ways you could probably deal with it by not having only dealing with a subset of all your packages at once, or you can put all your packages in the same folder, but that's not necessarily optimal either. So I don't know that we have any hard and fast solutions, but Rapid Environment Editor is nice for being able to edit the paths, and then replacing you could use junction points. That's something you could do, just create, a short path, like add a v:/ that points to the directory your binary is in, or something like that as well. So lots of things you can do, but there's not anything we can do specifically from Delphi as far as I know. If I find out, we'll definitely do it. So the question here about if people can get a schedule about when bugs will be fixed, because it's frustrating not knowing. That would be great, but I think we would like to know when they're going to. I mean, it's one of those things that sometimes bugs seem like they're going to be easy to fix, but sometimes doesn't happen. Marco, you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, in general terms, I mean, it's very difficult to make any promise or commitment about the time frame of a bug getting fixed. So that's why there is no public information about the bugs ahead of the release. And even if a bug, I mean, there are even times, and this happened in this cycle, that a few bugs were fixed. So we could have said, hey, this is fixed in 10.4.2, just wait for the release and we'll get your way. But then we found regressions in other product areas caused by the fix that was not the most accurate fix. And so we had to roll back. And so the bug was fixed. And then at some point, well, it wasn't fixed anymore. That's why we wait until the product is really out to say, hey, the bugs are fixed. Because at that point, hey, they're fixed. If there is a regression, sorry, but the bug fix is in the product. So it's very difficult to do otherwise, honestly. And in terms of pushing the bugs to live, that's something that's probably going to happen tomorrow, because it's something I do run one of the processes to push the bugs, the closed bugs to RSP, and I've been busy with webinars all day, so I've been actually running some of the apps, doing some of the preparation work in the background, but I need to focus on it to do it right and not mess up with the bugs. So it's probably going to get pushed tomorrow.
Question about replay. Yes, we will try and I'll try to stitch all the Q&A together from all these, because, and it's probably going to be like a 6-hour webinar when I'm done. Yeah, we'll have on YouTube hopefully as well. And so when Dahlia mentioned Dahlia's book, yes, Dahlia's got a great book. I put a link in there for that. And I just did a webinar with her last week, and I don't have the replay for that one published yet. I will work to get it published shortly. Gosh, so much going on, and time keeps moving. If someone could figure out a way to pause time so I can get everything done, that would be great. And if you could write the program in Delphi too, please. Gosh, I think, are we at the end here, Marco, David, or is there things here that you wanted to bring up? Otherwise, we are.
It's a couple of other issues that we haven't addressed.
Yeah, there are about 10 or 11 actually. Sorry, we have a Skype going in the background, so Jim, have a look at the Skype message.
But there was a very good question for you about the parallel debugger.
Yeah, there are quite a few. So yeah, that question was, what is the parallel debugger? And that is a add-on that we put into Get It recently. So the goal of it is similar. We've been adding things that are available for people with active update subscription quite a lot recently. And so it's an IDE add-on, and it's free if you have a current license. It's an add-on to, well, sort of enhanced debugging in general, but especially if you're doing multi-threaded debugging. And the idea is that it will show you all of the call stacks at once in parallel, and it'll also mark up in the editor. It will show you where each thread is executing, and not just the current execution point, but the whole call stack. So you can see that, okay, thread 53 is executing somewhere inside this line of code, and a bunch of features like that. So that's what the parallel debugger is. It's on GitHub, it's free. Yeah, go and install it.
So can you tell me how to open a new editor, David? I saw the demo you did, and I tried it, and I can't remember what you did to make the new editor pop up so I can have the form and the...
Yeah, there are two ways, although if you're sharing the screen, I recommend not maximizing the IDE because you have multiple windows.
Oh, yeah.
Just right-click on the tab, new edit window. And there's also an item in the view menu, it's view new edit window.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you do that right now, because you have the designer open, you'll get a window open with just the code, but you can drag and drop tabs around and that kind of thing. I think what we might do in future, we didn't do it this release, but what we might do in future is try and detect if the designer is open and then re-enable the tab on the other window or something like that. But right now, the designer one is kept the designer, and then code is opened in another window. And there's a related question as well about split view editing. So within a tab, being able to, much like Word does, you can sort of have two views of the same document. Yeah, we would really like split view editing. We didn't do it this release. It was actually something we looked into doing this release, but didn't make the release. That's what you get with a live demo.
Yeah.
And that didn't make it this release because we wanted to focus on making sure that we got the design and code working. But we would like to add split view editing in future. I think yeah, being able to have one tab and two views of the same code in different areas in one tab would be very useful.
There's too many things going on at once here. Let's see. Definitely recommend Parallel Debugger and the Navigator and Bookmarks Parnassus as well. They're all available through Get-It. If you go to Get-It, there's a tab for update subscription or subscription-only features or something like that, and you can grab them there, along with a lot of styles and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff there. If you're a C++ Builder customer, check out Twine Compile as well.
Yes.
That really speeds up C++ compilation. Again, it's free and Get It, and it's extraordinary. It's a wonderful plugin.
Yeah. We did a webinar with them too, and there's some other videos on YouTube that really show how to use Twine, and it can make a huge difference in your C++ performance. Let's see. So questions about C++. So Code Insight, C++ Builder Code Insight, and is how the speed on that?
So it's improved.
Did you already mention that one?
I don't think we answered this one yet. So this release, we haven't been focusing on the speed of that. We've been focusing on ensuring that with all your code that it will work well. The reason for that is that there were some known situations that caused Code Insight to stop working. About sort of 7 classes of issues that affected people, including things like having international characters in a path, or I don't know, a whole variety of things like that. And that's basically what we've been working on, as well as a few things in the IDE and the server and ensuring they communicate better and that kind of stuff. That's where the focus has gone this release. So we didn't explicitly work on performance, but we have found that in some cases performance is improved. So it's probably may not be as fast as you would like if you're using a project where you've had performance issues there, but give it a go because there's a good chance that it will be faster at least.
So there's a question here about T card panel bug.
That was from David I. So hi, David.
Yep. Hey, David.
Just to note that David mentioned that he filed a bug and he noticed that the bug was fixed, which is great.
You know, I think, Marco, I'm not sure if you mentioned this or not, but that 10.4.1 was supposed to be a quality release, supposed to just focus on bug fixes, and 10.4.2 is supposed to be new features, but then we fixed more existing bugs in 10.4.2 than we did in 10.4.1, which is pretty exciting. Is there so many new features and so many bug fixes here? It's great.
Yes, it's true. I mean, it really was supposed to. I mean, 10.4.1 was supposed to be the quality release, but 10.4.2 is both the quality release and a feature release. And I think I mentioned in the webinar, like the previous webinar, the one about 4 hours ago, that I really noticed this with LSP. So in 10.4.1, we fixed a bunch of LSP quality issues. 10.4.2, we had like a feature list, which we implemented. But a lot of the work we did was really just revising and going over so many scenarios and different types of applications and things like working with packages, for example, or particular code constructs, or predefined if-def macros, and all sorts of things that we went over. That really it's a quality release for LSP as well, even though that wasn't intended to be the focus. And I think that's sort of been across the entire product.
So the question here, David,
that I looked at. Sorry, Jim.
Yes. No, actually, it's a really good point. LSP, I noticed it's a lot more usable, a lot more functional, and it seems faster as well. So there's a question here also for you, David. This C++ exception handling, STD uncaught exception.
Right. So that's relating to the exception handling work that we did this release. So I'm going to have to check. Std uncaught exceptions is like as part of the STL, it's a method relating to how many exceptions are currently uncaught, and mainly use it when you do.
Uh-oh, we lost David.
Yeah, I don't hear him anymore.
He stopped moving. Oh no, he had a uncaught exception apparently. So, let's see. Question about Marco help improvements. If there's been improvements to the help in RAD Studio, or what can we expect around help improvements?
We have been continuously adding help in terms of. Sorry, I was laughing because David was pinging us. There's been a continuous improvement in the help in terms of the content. We have a help covering the majority of the new features introduced in 10.4.2 that has been added. There is an issue in the help that ships with the product, where we ended up missing some of the updates. So the doc wiki is significantly more up to date compared to the help that ships with the product, the docwiki.embarcadero.com and so forth. Overall, we are focusing in putting additional resources on the help in terms of content. We are also trying to improve the UI and the process for getting the help, and even trying to get help from the community to improve the help content. So we know that while the help has been improving over the last couple of years, it still has gaps and some old incorrect information and so forth. So we're really focused on investing a good effort in improving the help that comes with the product.
Yeah, so sorry, my internet had a glitch, and I'm guessing that to you guys it appeared as though I vanished in the middle of answering the question about C++ exceptions.
Yeah, no, we just saw your videos a bit still with no audio for some time before you vanished.
I was talking happily doing all sorts of stuff. But on the topic of help as well, we haven't mentioned it at all. We have to look in the fix list for this, but there's a nice improvement where if you have a messages pane and you have a compiler error, you can now press F1 and it'll take you to the help for that compiler error. Now, I think that's a feature that from memory existed back in Delphi 7 or something, and it's been missing ever since. So we fixed that in 10.4.2, which is a nice improvement.
That's great. Actually, I noticed something I was surprised about it seeming better recently too. I don't know what it was. Can I use variables in live templates, for example, to insert today's date?
Truthfully, I do not know. We would have to check that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can or not. You could do it with I remember doing something with live templates a while back where I combined it with an IDE plugin. I don't know. You probably come up with something that works with especially if you use an IDE plugin.
Jim, there was that question about stood uncaught exceptions.
Yes.
Which is the one I was answering when the internet froze.
That you had an uncaught exception.
Yeah. So I will have to check if stood uncaught exceptions exist in our RTL. I'm afraid just off the top of my head, I don't know. It's a fairly advanced method used for pretty low-level handling of exception handling usually, but if using it for something else, it'd be interesting to know the use case. Things like that, the RTL, STL methods weren't the focus of the exception handling work we did this release. The main focus was on a lot of the RTL and compiler interaction around how exceptions are actually implemented under the hood. You know, what happens when you throw an exception and how it is tracked through the runtime library, and you know, recovering from exceptions, you know, getting the right address of an exception when you're catching one, you know, things like that. Or if you have a module and, you know, both statically linked, and, you know, what happens with memory management when, you know, an exception is allocated in a DLL but caught in an executable, but then, you know, at some point the exception object, if it isn't allocated, you know, it needs to be freed. All kinds of things like that. So that was the focus this release. You know, the general takeaway there is that exception handling should be a lot more robust. Oh, SEH exceptions as well. We did a lot of work on. Yeah, that was the general focus this release. If there's some particular STL related exception method that's missing, drop me an email, please. It's on screen. We can definitely have a look.
So I was asking if there's more Delphi or C++ developers. There are more Delphi developers, but it's regional and it varies by industry too. So, okay. A question here about LSP and packages. I think we already addressed that, didn't we? Yeah.
Might have mentioned it in passing. I'm not sure what the question exactly is. Would you mind reading it out, please?
Hold on, I lost it.
So for the people watching at home, we have a lot of questions in the question log, which is fantastic. I'm actually really happy to see so much interest come in. But can occasionally make it hard when you scroll and you have about 10 pages worth to go through to find the one.
So I will try.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't see it. I'll look again, but I was going to say I will capture the question log and try and turn it into a blog post.
Sure.
Add that to my list of things to do, but
I can make a guess at what the question is, which is probably something along the lines of how well does LSP work with package projects or something like that. And the answer will be in 10.4 to a lot better. One of the things that we focused on was you know, working with projects that use packages, you know, and finding the right references there, and also projects that are packages and making sure that it understood those well.
awesome. Question here about Control-Shift-0 not working. Is that's the bookmark, is it?
Yeah, that's meant to set a bookmark number 0. That hasn't worked for several years, possibly since Windows 7, I think, because Windows itself takes over that keyboard shortcut now. So it's actually not something we can do anything about. We can't get access to Control-Shift-0 anymore. I forget what it means in Windows. If you press it, nothing appears to happen, but it is reserved for some reason. I haven't looked this up for a few years, I'm afraid, but yeah, it's definitely Windows. This is probably a good moment to spruik the free plugin that we make available that replaces the bookmark handling in the IDE. It's just called Bookmarks, very imaginative name. You can blame me for that. But it replaces bookmark handling in the IDE, and then instead of having to set a specific bookmark with Control-Shift-1 or Control-Shift-5 or something, you just press Control-B and it'll allocate a new bookmark. And if there's a number available, it'll get that number. If there isn't a number available, then you still get the bookmark. You can have any number, not just 10.
Doesn't it do bookmarks like in? Oh yeah, right there. Control-Shift-B does a bookmark in the at a certain point in there as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's a caret bookmark, which is sort of like a stack. So you can drop these little markers. So you can see like a tiny little red caret underneath, well, in generic Scott.collections there on screen. And then you press escape and it will take you backwards. So that'll work across units. You can have many tabs open. And you can drop, like normal bookmarks just work within the current unit, bookmark 5 in the current unit, but those caret ones work so that you can drop them across many units at once, and then just keep on pressing escape to go backwards. And the use case there is often when you're trying to track down code, you look at something and then look at something and then look up something else, and then you want to go back, you just keep on pressing escape. Or you can use it to toggle between two things. So you drop a caret bookmark with Control-Shift-B, go somewhere else, press Shift-Escape, and it will drop a caret before going back to where you were. So you can just keep on pressing Shift-Escape after you've set one caret bookmark, keep on pressing Shift-Escape, and it will just keep on toggling between two locations.
I press Shift-Escape here? Or Control-Shift-Escape? I'm sorry, what was I supposed to press?
Control-Shift-B just to place a caret. And then if you go somewhere else, you can press Shift-Escape.
I have one here. Oh, Shift-Escape.
And then it should take you back to...
Oh, yep. That's cool.
Yeah, and then you can just keep on pressing it or just keep on toggling between two locations.
So is there help for this? Or apparently I didn't know all the features of this.
Yeah, it should be in the documentation, yeah.
Where do I find the documentation for it?
Look, on the doc wiki is best, to be honest.
Okay.
And I forget exactly there, but yeah, there's definitely a thing on bookmarks there.
Okay. Let's see. So when you have two editor windows open to the same pass file, when do the changes in one window sync to the other window?
Straight away. In fact, it's not even reasonable to say they're synced, because the way it works is that there's one underlying module, which is where the text, well, there's a text buffer which is attached to the module, and the editors are views onto the buffer. So when you make a change in the editor, really it's changing the underlying buffer, because both are views, both get the changes straight away. I mean, there's not even really such a thing as synchronization. They are the same.
Yep. Yeah, that's cool. I just tested it. Cool. So the question here, C++ linker explicit destructors in every package is required?
Yeah, packages
RSP.
are tricky in C++. And the package keyword tries to sort of automatically detect whether you're importing or exporting something. And in terms of, I mean, when you import something, you need to make sure that it was exported, and then what is always exported can vary based on, there's no standard for this, sort of slightly different between the classic and the clang compiler. A destructor is an example there, but there are other issues as well. And personally, I recommend, if you have types that you use in a package, to make sure that you don't rely on the compiler implicitly creating things like a destructor. it's better to make them explicitly available. This is the tip of an iceberg of a large area, and there's something that we want to address at some point. Yeah, that's a good sort of rule of thumb to move things along.
There's a question here, Marco, about reducing EXE sizes. So it points out the older versions of Delphi typically have smaller binaries than newer versions of Delphi. Is there any plans to make those smaller in the future, or any comments on that?
No, we try to avoid increasing the size in memory and the size of the executable, but it is honestly not a key focus area. I mean, Delphi generates some of the smallest application that you can run on Windows, and given that competing tools generate applications that are about 100 times bigger these days, I don't personally feel a huge pressure into focusing on reducing the executable size. Now, again, if there is an option, we'll follow it, but making a ton of features optional and then having to handle errors when the features are not enabled, that ends up coming a bit in the way. Now, RTTI you can disable, for example. That's documented, and that cuts a little. There are other things that you can remove, and of course, I mean, debug applications are significantly bigger than the release ones with no debug info and so forth. So ultimately, it depends on the scenario. It is true that having an extremely small executable was a virtue, but in a world where you install a small editor and it takes 1 GB of your hard drive, using an extra 10K doesn't seem to be overkill in general. So.
Oh. So there's a question about the C++, and I lost the question now. I'll put it in the chat. Here's the link to the binding Visual C++ and C. This question about 64. So actually, it's almost top of the second hour, so we're going on 2 hours now. Do either of you need to go? I'm happy to stick around and answer questions, but realize it is getting very, very late in your parts of the world.
It is.
It is, but it's fine to stick around for a few more minutes. I mean, I can see some more questions coming in.
Okay.
Marco, I know you may need to go. So
yeah, I might leave shortly because it's been like 5 hours on webinars over the last 6 hours.
Yeah, it has been quite a lot actually, but I think it's due to the number of questions and interest that we're getting. And
no, I'm
really
very
glad
pleased.
to see
And again,
that, by the way. So.
Yeah, before leaving, I want to thank everyone who's attended and asked questions. Feel free to follow up or email for things we haven't answered because there were really literally too many. We're very pleased with the product and encourage you, if you are on Active Edit subscription, to just go and download it. If you are on, if you want to have a look, just go and grab the trial, and hopefully you like it and you'll buy a new license.
Yeah, I always like, I'm always like new feature or new releases and new features and stuff, but I'm especially excited about this one. In the first webinar this morning, Frank Lauer, one of our MVPs, said that TinForce 2 was the best 10x Delphi release so far, in his opinion. He actually did some tests, the compiling faster, everything's working faster. He was very, very thrilled. So there's a question here about HTTPS, that you don't need to have secure black box, that was added to the built-in HTTP client library. That was in Was that in XE7 or was that in 10 point something? Marco, do you remember?
No, I think it was 10 point something. Because first we built the REST client library, then we built the HTTP client library, and then we pushed the REST client library on top of the HTTP client library, and now we also moved SOAP and web service invocation all to use the HTTP client library. The advantage is that the HTTP client library compared to INDI, which is a marvelous library, I mean, no objection at all, but because it uses the native platform CCAPP stack, it relies on the platform implementation of OpenSSL, I mean, of security. I mean, whether it's not really OpenSSL. So it just uses the HTTPS out of the box, what Google provides or Apple provides or Microsoft provides, including fixes, including security patches, because that's where things get a bit worrisome. I mean, there've been issues with OpenSSL and SSL stacks in general. And if you distribute a library with your application, then, well, you'll be kind of responsible for updating it right away if there is a security gap. But by relying on the operating system, you're kind of pushing the burden on the operating system vendor, and they generally do a pretty good job in jumping on this type of issues. So overall, that is preferred. Now, there are drawbacks. For example, if you're using if the website is using TLS 1.2 and your application is running on Windows 7, you can get in trouble unless you get specific add-on patches to the Windows 7 runtime that Microsoft makes available, but kind of a separate download. So there are always some issues and dependency you end up with, but in general, relying on the operating system for the security is something we tend to prefer. Now, you can still use INDI with the custom OpenSSL, you can still use third-party options, but our core HTTP library, HTTP client library, and everything on top of it, REST client, SOAP, and so forth, it's all based on the native security layer.
In follow-up to the question about Control-Shift-0, I just did some searching. Apparently, it's the input method editor, which is what you can use to switch between different input languages on your computer. So if you don't have multiple input languages set up, Control-Shift-0 does nothing. But if you have multiple languages set up, Control-Shift-0 would switch between the two. But either way, it is captured by Windows. So in theory, you could go in and maybe redefine that shortcut in the IME so you wouldn't have it anymore. But pros and cons. Or it still wouldn't be an IDE. So QP statuses, Marco, when are those going to be updated? I think you mentioned that earlier. You're going to have to push those out.
I will definitely not do it tonight. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll do that tomorrow morning. It takes a couple of hours. I've done some basic work like cleaning up some of the RSB links. We have scripts that do it, but they occasionally fail. And so if you just run a single batch and it fails, it's a disaster. So I have to run it like a dozen small batches and monitor them. That's what takes the time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a related question there about why someone doesn't see this status in QP updated immediately during development. I think, the main reason for that and the main reason we sync after release is we don't want to sort of accidentally mislead or anything like that. There are many bugs. We might open something and you might see that status reflected immediately. What if and you're all developers, you understand that things happen. What if we find that we can't fix a bug straight away and we have to defer it, or something else happens? You would see the bug opened and think it would be fixed, and then see it close or changed again, or something like that. That's really not ideal. We tend to have a policy of trying to be very clear that we don't promise something until it's actually released. And so that's the reason that we don't do that. After release, we sync everything, and then if it's fixed, it's marked fixed.
Yeah. And even if we update it saying it's in progress, but then say By the way, it won't be guaranteed until it's released. It still could result in confusion for people, so we try to be. It's frustrating.
Yeah, the other thing I'm just realizing is that at times we fix bug for a forthcoming release. So we have fixed bugs months ago, not for 10.2, but for 10.5, because of binary compatibility issues, because of other concerns, because of the extra testing we wanted to make sure we had. There are a number of reasons, mostly related with Delphi DCU compatibility troubles and so forth. So we might have fixed a bug that's not going to be released for months and months and months, and even mentioning it, I don't know, can be a bit of a difficult experience to manage, a bit frustrating. Say, hey, you have a fix, you're not delivering it to me, why? And so at the end of the day, it would be nice, and we try to be as open as we can. Again, send us an email. We generally can tell you, hey, well, current thinking is that version is going to get fixed. Or you can ask us, hey, please, expedite it. It's important. Maybe it's more important than we realize. So we always welcome this type of conversation. Or we can tell you, yeah, it's important, but it's going to take a month of a developer to fix it, so we're not doing it now. That happens.
Oh, I just lost the question I was going to ask.
Actually, while you're doing that, Jim, I did see one question which was just about where to find 10.4.2.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So that's what it was.
Oh, that was the same one.
Yep. That was it.
Well, that's my.embarcadero.com. That's sort of the new portal that we introduced, probably 6 months ago, something like that. It's not too long ago. It's a central portal for your licenses and downloads and all that kind of thing. So log into that. It uses the EDN credentials. And you should see 10.4.2 available for download there, both the web and the ISO installer. If you don't,
what should they do if they don't see it there?
Yeah, if you don't, please contact support. There's always the chance as well that you're logged into the wrong account. And I mention this because we see many people who have multiple accounts. I think a work account and a personal account, and then licenses might be moved from someone's personal account to like a central IT account and all sorts of things like that. So
yeah,
keep that in mind. I think at some point we may even think about trying to sort of request people merge accounts or sort things like that out, because from our side as well, when we see this kind of thing, it actually makes it quite difficult to help people. Yeah, that is a common enough issue that I know it sounds strange, but it's a common enough issue that I would recommend that's worth checking.
Yeah, actually, I've had a number of I work a lot with MVPs and tech partners, and I've had a number of times that they're like, "Why isn't this showing up here?" And I'm looking at it and trying to figure it out, and then we discover that that was a different account. So it happens to all of us. Okay, let's see. Mac, here we go. This is something I would love as well, is Raspberry Pi support and Mac OS and Linux IDEs. David, can you provide some information about that?
Well, I'll take the IDE part of the question. The Raspberry Pi will be for Marco.
Okay.
Yeah, we would love this too, but we don't have anything that we can answer about that at the moment. Yeah, it's certainly something that we'd like, although it's very non-trivial. I think, this comes up pretty much every release webinar, and my answer every webinar is, please contact us and email us. For something like that, we need to think about it very carefully, and if you can sort of communicate to us your use cases and your needs for it, and whether you would use a Mac OS IDE, for example, in preference to the Windows one, and why is very useful to us in making those judgments.
Yep. And in terms of Raspberry Pi, it's a platform we've been looking into, we are considering. It's a platform that tends to attract more hobbyist developers than professional developers. So the economic side of things is not trivial to handle. But we are expanding our ARM target platforms. Right now we're focusing on Apple as priority, but other target platforms, including Linux and including Windows, are under consideration for the future.
Right. Yeah. I think ARM is. I would love to see Raspberry Pi Linux. ARM Linux is coming. I think it's going to be big. Oh, I saw a question about Fedora. I lost it. Why is
it says it's
my
possible
system
to
is really bogged down.
Use Fedora. We don't officially support Fedora as a Linux, Delphi Linux target, but we've got a lot of reports that applications are working properly. You might need to install the right prerequisite libraries. That's all there is.
Yeah. So a while back, I took and installed probably 20 different Linux distros and got it working across all of them. Most of them. So there's two camps. There's the Red Hat Package Manager RPM camp and the Debian package camp, and they're different. So most distros fall into one of those two, and so once you know which one it is, you can just use that one. So anyway, most of them. There were some that I used that didn't have either of those package managers, and so installing the required libraries was complicated, but eventually got it to work. So in theory, most Linux distros should work, but officially we support just the two, Ubuntu and Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Okay. What's the easiest way to update RAD server when migrating from different versions of RAD server? Marco, do you have any suggestions on that? I mean, I don't know if maybe it's an interbase GUID or licensing issue or what's going on for sure.
We pushed the interbase license from 2017 to 2020 as a requirement. That implies some migration work that people have to do, which, yeah, we could have planned it a little better and smoother. We'll make sure that we'll keep that going. We'll keep that in mind in the future. Right now, yeah, you need the new license is for 2020 only because that's the current version of interbase, and so an older RAD server needs to be moved on to the new interbase as engine.
Yeah. Okay. So hopefully we've addressed most of these. I apologize if we missed your question. We will, like I said, I'll try to get all these captured into a blog post, hopefully. And yeah. So thank you so much, David. Was there anything else you wanted to cover real quick before we wrap this up? Oh my goodness, there's more questions. They keep coming.
Yeah, I've been busy answering those. Hopefully I'm muted when I'm typing. But I think we covered the majority. These are certainly the questions that have been asked like multiple times by multiple people. Oh yeah, there's some more feedback on Control-Shift-0. If the web and ISO installers are interchangeable.
Which is true, they are interchangeable.
But you need to switch on the command line, I think.
If you once you install with offline, you can now use Getty packages regularly. If you want to install another platform via the online, you need to switch. But Getty is independent from the installation mechanism you used.
Oh, good.
Although we might have found a hiccup. Someone reported it earlier. So some of the patches and other things are not perfectly clean yet, but we made some progress.
Also, there's a question that came in about using the parallel programming libraries ttask.run on iOS with a code sample, and I think it's probably best to contact support there or file a bug request or something like that.
Or email us. That's it. Fine. Okay, let's wrap this up.
About it.
Yeah,
it's been a pleasure.
Keep typing. Yes.
Thank you very much to everyone for all your interest and support and that kind of thing. I think both the webinar we did about 4 hours ago and this one, we've had much longer on Q&A than I recall for any previous webinar, which is fantastic because the amount of people watching and the number of questions and stuff that are coming in is fantastic. And also thank you to the people writing the stuff that we haven't sort of answered, which there are a lot of messages saying that you really like what's in the release and that kind of thing, which we haven't really answered because they're not questions, but it's really nice to read that kind of stuff. So thank you for that. And I think we're very happy with 10.4.2. I know that I think we've put together a release that hopefully you guys will really all like. So thanks, and install it. And golly, I'm so tired. I'm having trouble wrapping up my wrapping up speech.
Me too. Yeah. Yes, Marco, anything you want to add real quick before we wrap this up?
No, I think it's good. It's been a long and busy day, but hopefully you'll enjoy using 10.4.2.
Yes, absolutely. I am legitimately very excited about 10.4.2. I think there's a lot of great new features and a lot of good fixes in here. I'm very pleased. When David demonstrated the control click on inherited to jump up, I was so excited because I always wished we had that, and now we have it, and I just want to write a bunch of code so I can navigate through with that now.
Yeah, Jim, that was actually a feature request that I put in like 2014 or something before I joined the company. So there's a real feeling of personal satisfaction checking off that one.
Yes, awesome. Joining me is Malcolm and Nirav to help answer your questions. David and Marco are asleep. Actually, Sarina's not asleep, but it's evening time for her, and she was on the other ones as well. So the three of us, Malcolm, Nirav, and myself, are here to answer your questions. But if you do want to follow up with product management, you can certainly do that via email as well. There's already a few questions in here on the question panel, so we will work our way through those. But if you have additional questions, go ahead and put them in now, and we'll work on getting them answered. So there was one here on TLS 1.3 in any of the components. So I'm not positive on TLS 1.3, but I do know that the HTTP client library that was added, I don't remember which one, is uses the security, the TLS of the OS it's running on. So I don't know if that supports TLS 1.3 or not. I know that there is support for TLS 1.2 in DataSnap, which is based on that as well. So I'm not positive. What I would suggest is that you install the trial and test it and see. I'll try and look into it some more as well. I'm not positive about 1.3 support.
Yeah, just to sort of back you up there, Jim, you're right about the 1.2 support. It is available. I've tried and tested it, and it's working pretty well. So 1.2 is definitely there. 1.3 we'll need to check.
So the question about the Windows 10 components, the number box and control box, whether they are Windows 10 specific or if they work on other versions of Windows. So they're officially supported on Windows 8 and 8.1 and 10. They should work on 7 and XP. They are not Windows 10 specific. They are pure VCL implementations designed to provide Windows 10 like functionality for better platform integration. but they are not Windows 10 specific. So we don't officially support Windows 7 and XP, but they should behave appropriately on those platforms as well.
And Jim, I'm pretty sure that's true of most of the Windows 10, those components on that Windows 10 part of your palette, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. There are some, let me look at it right now. I'll actually have the IDE open here. There are some that are Windows 10, like actually using an API. Like Windows Store, for example, I know that's using an API, so I'm not sure if that is Windows 10 specific. If it may be Windows 8 and Windows 10 only.
I'm trying to think. I mean, we've used a few of the UI components on that.
The rest of the UI controls should work everywhere. Yep, you're right. I'm not sure about Edge browser, which isn't on the Windows 10 tab, honestly. I know that I haven't tested it on earlier versions of Windows, but there was originally Microsoft hadn't released it to the platforms, but they were planning to. So I think that as long as they have the libraries, which are available from Microsoft, installed on those platforms, so Windows 10, it gets installed automatically, but on earlier versions, it's dependent on whether or not the user has it installed, the new Edge browser.
And I think whoever it was during that, it might have been David or Marco, during that said that you can deploy the libraries with your app. Is that right?
Yes, it's correct. So there are two, if you go to Microsoft's site, and I'm sure this is in DocWiki, there's a link to where you can download those drivers. And there are two different flavors of that. There's a version specific installer and what's called Evergreen. And so Evergreen will keep it updated to the latest version of the libraries, whereas the version specific one lets you tie it to a specific version. And so you can obtain those redistributables from Microsoft and deploy them with your application just in case somebody's on an earlier version of Windows 10. Or like I said, it should work on earlier other versions like Windows 8.1, but I am not 100% positive.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a lot of time playing with the new VCL components, to be honest. They're pretty awesome. I really like them. There's a lot to explore still on this, as there always is.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, I played with the number editor, but I was surprised during those demos to see the expression support. So it's effectively a little calculator in one in an edit box.
Yeah, it's actually really cool. And so Marco mentioned that it's using the same expression engine that is used for live bindings, but it doesn't expose all the functionality that live bindings has. So it does, live bindings, for example, gives you the ability to work with field names from databases. So that's not in there, but yeah, it's using the same expression engine behind the scenes.
Interesting.
And I was actually, when I was testing it, I was surprised that it handles order of operations correctly and has parentheses support. I was like, oh, that actually makes it all of a sudden interesting. So there's a question here about how to work with a background thread in FireMonkey on iOS so that you're not blocking the UI thread. So there is a couple of books that you might look into that would cover the topic, but basically the idea is by default, when you have your application, all your code you write is in the main thread or the UI thread. And what that means is if you do something in that code, it's going to block the UI from responding because it's tied up doing the whatever processing is. So it could be like opening a resource, or it could be a long running loop or some sort of computation. So the two ways you can deal with that is either use a T thread to create a separate thread that has long running processes in it, and then you can use the queue or synchronize or something like that to communicate between that T thread you've created and your thread. Or you can use the new parallel library to create T tasks or T futures or something like that and run those in the thread pool. Then that's better for shorter running background tasks. And so that by doing that, by offloading that, you're introducing asynchronous programming and moving things off the main thread, which helps the main thread to be responsive. So I'll grab links for that and put them in the in here for you, though. Malcolm, have you done the installed? Are you tested the Android development with 10.4.2 as far as the installation supporting it all out of the box?
Not since it not on the well. Actually, am I supposed to talk about the beta? I did during the beta,
Yes.
but not with the release version.
Okay. Yeah. Anything that's in the beta, anything that happened in the beta that's in the release, you can talk about.
It's fine. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Good.
but the big thing is, like, if you're on the beta and then like a feature didn't get included in the release, or a bug was fixed or something like that, then those are things that are still confidential. But I don't think there's any features that didn't make it out of the beta this time, as far as that.
Not that we can say, anyway.
Yeah, that's right. So Dahlia has a book on event-based and asynchronous programming.
Yeah, it's really good, actually.
Yeah, we just did a webinar with her last week. I haven't got the replay posted yet. And then Pramod has a book. So he used to have 3 books published by Pact, but they combined them all into one. So that's like a really good deal.
Okay.
And one of the books was High Performance Delphi Programming. So if you're not familiar with him, he also wrote the Omni thread library. So the book covers both the parallel programming built into Delphi and the Omni thread library. So that's a great book to get. Let me see, where's the now I can't find the
it
book.
Also it goes a lot further too, and just talks about general performance, code performance and all that sort of stuff. So not just multi-threading. It's been a while since I've read that one, but I do remember it being good. But yeah, the async and what's the title of the other one? Can't remember. It's something about asynchronous programming, event and asynchronous based programming.
Event-based and asynchronous programming, yes.
Yeah, that's a cracker. I'm probably 3/4 of the way through it and thoroughly enjoying it.
Yeah. So Dahlia has another book on memory management that was written with the for the previous memory manager, but most of the content's still relative today. If you're not, if you haven't read that one yet, that's a great book. Wow. I learn a lot when I'm chatting with her. I always think these are topics I know about, but then I look at the book and I chat with her about it, and I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Clearly, there's a reason you wrote the book and I didn't. So I saw you tweeting out some of the things from the live tweeting some things. It's interesting. Even though I edited the video and was involved in like previous stuff as well, I still get excited about some of these things, especially the control click on inherited to jump up. Oh, well, I remember when I first saw that, I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes that like in previous versions, I kind of forget that you can't do that. Like, because you can control click on lots of things and it works. But yeah, in the past I've control clicked on inherited and kind of taken a moment to realize that, oh, that's right, that doesn't work. But yeah, now it does. So that's awesome. The other one that I really like out of that I tweeted out during this is the debug visualizers, both for the generic containers and for streams. Like the streams one, that's I've spent ages trying to dump streams out to something so that I can try and figure out what's going wrong. But just being able to bring up a debug visualizer for a string stream or whatever, that's awesome. I don't think debug visualizers get enough love, and maybe now that you can do generic, a T list of T or something like that, they might start to get a bit more.
Yeah. Actually, I think that they're very useful. And someone was asking if there was a good debug visualizer, which there isn't yet. But you can create your own debug visualizers, and a number of tech partners have debug visualizers they've added. But and then there's some we added as well. But the debug visualizer, that one, and then the one where you can take the FD mem table and edit the the data set, like actually add data and stuff like that at design time, are two really useful things. If you're not using the FDVM table, you should really check it out. It's really, really, very powerful feature. And yeah, I love FireDAC so much.
Yeah, and just to sort of add to the the productivity side of it, I mean, a lot of people sort of don't give enough love to the expression engine that we spoke about. I mean, I can see that as an extremely sort of powerful way to decouple hard coded sort of formulas in your application. Like if earlier we used to write, we had to put the formulas in the button or in a button click or any event. Now you can actually put the formula as a string, and you don't need to recompile your application if you want to change the formula, right? You can just sort of take the expression from a string and use it, and you can change it dynamically. So I think that's a pretty powerful feature.
Yeah, it really is. For sure. Actually, I was just talking to an MVP earlier today who was talking about how you can use the RTTI in Delphi to call methods and stuff too. So you're getting, with that expression engine combined with some RTTI and live binding and stuff, you're getting like almost like the ability to turn Delphi into a scripting language.
That's correct. That is correct. I mean, RTTI is it's brilliant on its own in itself, but like you said, when you combine it with the expressions engine, it's you just get so much more power, right, to write dynamic applications.
So the question here about what version of Xcode is supported. I'm using 12.4 on my MacBook here when I did the tests and stuff for the presentation, but the platform status page says 12. So looks like that's the correct. Where can we see the next roadmap update? I don't know. So we just had the roadmap update. Usually it's like an annual thing. I think the roadmap update usually happens around the fall time period, roughly. It's not a hard, fast thing, but if you go look at the current roadmap, it does include the plans for 10.5. So we still have content coming in that. So Malcolm and Nirav, maybe this is something people were asking about before. So we have the new relative path functionality in here, and which makes it easier to deal with paths and helps you reduce your long path strings and makes it easier to move projects around, stuff like that. But are there any tricks you found for keeping your path length manageable so that you're not exceeding the Windows limitation on paths that maybe you can help people share with that?
Well, I'm not sure it's a I'm not sure it's a secret, but VMs, like I don't know how I used to live without a VM. Because for me, the path problems always come in when you've got multiple, either multiple IDE, multiple versions of the IDE on the same machine. So now having a separate VM for every different version of the IDE, and in fact even more than that, we do different VMs for different customers. So just to keep everything separate, I mean that's a godsend.
Yeah, that actually came up during the first webinar today, is talking about VMs, because that is such a useful thing. I've worked at a number of places that was like standard, that you had a VM attached to each branch of your project or each project you're working on, which sometimes can be frustrating when you're like, because you get something set up just right in one and you got to move the other one. But you can do scripts and stuff to fix that. But the great thing is that you can then archive that VM and then be able to go back to it later and have it building exactly like it was at the time, and you don't have to worry about other things interfering with that.
Yeah, I mean VMs combined with, well, I don't know what they're called I use VMware, so I'm sure the other ones have got the same thing. They might just call it different. But VMs combined with linked clones so that you can kind of inherit a VM image rather than duplicating it entirely in another VM, and snapshots. Those three things together make it, make it amazing. We've got testing VMs that we spin up, and before each set of tests, they revert back to a known snapshot, so that we know we're testing them consistently every single run. That kind of stuff. That's, how did we used to do this? I don't know.
Yeah, I do that a lot. The snapshot, because you're like, get something set up and you set the snapshot up, and then you can roll back and you don't worry about messing it up. It's great for testing and everything. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm actually a little bit cranky about that. What's the word? The paths, the relative path conversion thing. I mean, it's super useful, but it's only a few months since I've gone through and manually done a massive project and spent I don't know how many hours going through and making all the paths relative, and now it's a button press.
So Don's asking if the picture of you, if your watch is running a Delphi app. Is that a smartwatch?
Sorry, is that me?
Yeah, the picture of you on the Q&A screen up there.
Is it? It can. It's an Android. What are they called? Android Wear or whatever.
Android Wear, yeah.
The only problem with that, so it can. I don't think it is at that moment. The only problem with that particular, well, with Android Wear, is you got to try and find a watch that has a actual USB socket in it, and most of them have Bluetooth connections. Because debugging over a Bluetooth connection, oh wow, that tests your patience.
Yeah, it is slow. That is true. I did some of that. Although, so speaking of that, and you probably didn't notice, but in the Android 11 added the ability to do wireless debugging. And so when Marco was talking about Android 11 support with FireMonkey, the video on the side, I was showing that the application was deployed wirelessly to the Pixel 4 that was running the camera component and taking pictures there without any wires. So I don't know if you caught that or not, but it's actually,
I didn't.
It is a little slower, but it's still pretty usable. It's way more convenient.
Is that a Wi-Fi connection?
Yeah, exactly, over Wi-Fi.
Oh, that's nice, actually.
I caught that, Jim. You actually moved your finger underneath the phone to show that there is absolutely no connection, no wire attached to the phone. Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah, so I have a full video showing how to do that. There's some extra steps you have to go through to do it, but it's one of those things I was trying to figure out how what to show off with Android 11 support, and I was looking at the new features for developers, and I was like, oh, that sounds really useful. So it worked once you went through the steps. The documentation from Google wasn't especially clear, so I'll try and get that video published soon. In the video, I said I felt like Pinocchio because I have no strings to hold me down. So the question here about if the 10.4.1 Get It add-ons will work in 10.4.2, there are a couple that changed, but most of them should just work. The Parnassus, the Kanopka and the Kanopka signature VCL controls and the Ray's Radiant Shapes have an updated version for 10.4.2 that adds some of the new features and functionality. And they may work in 10.4.1 as well. I'm not positive, but you'll want to go with the updated ones are fixed and everything. So that's a great thing to do.
Yeah, that if you're doing FireMonkey work, the Radiant Shapes pack. When I remember when someone first told me about it, I kind of thought, well, what do I, okay, I'll keep it in mind if I ever need something like that. I use it in just about every FireMonkey app now. It's super useful.
They are. Well, and that's the thing about that you can embed FireMonkey controls and other controls makes those shapes really super useful because it just lets you do all sorts of great creative things with it. So yeah. So Mark said that he used to debug Mump's mainframe at 60 baud. So he doesn't want to hear about Bluetooth being too slow for him.
Oh, hang on. We're going to get into a contest here about who's got the worst story, are we?
Yeah, I was trying to explain to my kids that how slow dial-up used to be, that you could actually see the text appearing on the screen, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah.
Probably the first question was, "What's a dial-up?"
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to explain. So Lance is saying that he still runs into path issues in his VM with one IDE in the virtual machine because it has so many third-party components. So some things you can do is you can have all the components installed into one folder, which isn't ideal. You can also do use what's it called, junction points, or I can't remember what the other one is. There's a couple things where you can have a drive that points to a folder to make it shorter, and then you can use the expanding environment strings in your path. So
yeah, that's one that I've done before. Is had like a common root directory for all the third-party controls and define an environment. Are they called environment variables in the IDE? You know, the little, like, there's some that come out of the box, but you can define custom ones and point it at that sort of third-party root, and then that can shorten it up quite dramatically too. Do you know what I'm talking about, or am I babbling?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
You're right. They're actually called environment variables. You know, you kind of put a small text and then you put a very large text in front of it. You know, the key value thing, and it can really, you know, sort of help you with very long file paths. I mean, it's been there forever, so yeah, how people use it.
So there's a question here about what is the latest supported Android NDK. So it ships with R21, and that's what we recommend you use. But I don't know if either of you tried working with different versions of Android NDK. You definitely can run into problems if you change it.
Yeah, I haven't in 10.4.2, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, me too. I work with the one that is shipped, is, you know, because it's tested and it's, you know, it works.
Yeah, I think it's R21 is the name of the version. Are RAD server and associated classes components updated separately from RAD Studio releases? So now that RAD server 10.4.2 is out, does that mean, or RAD Studio 10.4.2 is out, does that mean RAD server is also updated? Malcolm, are you familiar with that one?
They're not updated separately. So they're, as far as I can't recall any time they've been updated outside of the IDE cycle. So the 10.4.2 IDE will come with the 10.4.2 RAD server. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yep. That's what I thought the case was. So there's a question here about displaying 3D images within FireMonkey. There is a not done very much with it, unfortunately, but there is some 3D components in FireMonkey.
Yeah.
I've seen people do demos, and there's some code rages and blog posts out there on this. And every time I see it, I'm like, oh, it looks so easy. And then I try and do it myself, and I'm like, I am not as smart as I thought I was, or not paying attention, or something. I don't know. So there's a viewport 3D, and then there are 3D layouts and what's it called? A mesh? Is that what it is? Yeah,
yes,
T-mesh. So yeah, there are 3D objects you can work with in FireMonkey.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've done anything with them. We did a project on that quite a while ago, but I haven't touched it since, so I don't know.
So I don't know if either of you have ever done this, but there have been times I have been searching online to try and find how to do something, and will come across a webinar or a blog post that I did on the topic, and I'm like, I knew how to do this.
Yeah. I think sometimes Google's just set up to remind me of stuff that I used to know.
So after using the offline installer with 10.4.2, it will automatically switch to working with, get it working online. You don't have to manually do that like you did in 10.4.1. So that's fixed. There is, I'm trying to think, if you try and add new platforms, I think there's an extra step if you use the offline versus the online one. But check out DocWiki for information on that.
What I'll do is I'll just circle back. I just wanted to, I went on mute because I wanted to confirm this, but Andrea Magni, one of our MVPs, has written a book on FireMonkey, exclusively on FireMonkey development. And I think one of the chapters is dedicated to 3D programming, 3D capabilities of FireMonkey. So if you want, you can check it out. The book's called Delphi GUI Programming with FireMonkey by Andrea Magni.
That's right. That's right.
It's weird. Like there seems to be so many Delphi books coming out. Like I totally missed that one.
Yeah, there are actually. So I just had a conversation with some of the publishers and editors from Pact Publishing, and they want to work with. They're actually really wanting to develop a community of books around Delphi. They're seeing a lot of interest in that. So definitely check that out if you're not following Pact. They have a number of books on there for Delphi related, and hopefully more coming soon. Actually, there are more coming soon. I remember I talked to a few people that had books going in with Pact. And the other one that just came out that's not on Pact is the Code Faster in Delphi by
Alistair.
Alistair, yes. I just was chatting with him the other day. That's a great one. Oh, here, I'll put the link for the book in here for you, Michael. Oh, you know what? You guys can't see the question.
Sorry?
Can you guys see the questions?
No.
No.
All right. Sorry.
I just figured you thought we were being really slow.
No, oh gosh. Organizer.
I thought the audience were busy having lunch or something.
I tried to answer questions and scroll and type and stuff here. So there you go. Okay. I am not. It's been a long couple weeks with very little sleep, so that'll be my excuse. So you should be able to see the questions now. I'm going through them again. I think we may have gotten through them. Oh, so someone's saying they're having trouble with installing the Parnassus code editor, not found, so can't run the IDE. So, David, I got it installed just fine, but somebody else earlier today was saying they had some trouble, and it turned out that they hadn't installed the earlier version correctly or something, or when it was uninstalled to go to the new version, something didn't work right, and there was a path wrong. Oh, wait, that wasn't Parnassus. That was Ray's that did that to them. I don't know, but I would suggest checking the some paths or making sure it's uninstalled and installed properly. Are there any guides for how to install icon sets into a program? What size needed, best practice for various OSs? Also, how to have more than one variation to select an application icon at runtime if one wants to show status changing. That's a good question, John. So if you go into the, there are a couple tools out there that will do that, and then each platform has the their rules about the icons and stuff. But let me share my screen here. If you go into the project options under icons, here is the, oh, this is Windows. Okay, and then I can switch to iOS. And now here are the iOS ones, and you gotta scroll down to see them all. But it tells you the size here of each of these, what they should be. Then the launch image is scaled up from the other one so that you can have different scaling. And then if you go to Android, so there's information in the doc wiki on this, information from the vendors, and there probably is other stuff online as well beyond that. But yeah, that'll get you started for that. I'll see if there's something in the doc wiki real quick. I don't know, is there anything either of you want to add to that?
No, but I was keenly looking to see the answer because I have to do this shortly. So I'm hoping someone else has figured it out.
So there is information in the doc wiki, but then there also is, you'll want to, if you search around, there is some tools that will take your image, if you have one image, and resize it for you in the other sizes.
Yeah, Lance in the Q&A is just saying that he uses the, is it Axialis or something? Icon, is that the Icon Workshop?
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's some web-based ones. There's a few tools out there, and so these are standard, for all developers. That's for these feature requirements come from the platform, so you can find. Yeah, there's a lot of tools out there that will support that. Just looking here. I'll just here's the link to the doc wiki page, but then now I've lost the question. Feels like a coffee shop discussion. But yeah, I don't have any coffee either.
No.
Yeah, it's when I travel is when I drink coffee, and then when I get home, I stop drinking coffee again. So I haven't traveled in a long time, so it's been a while.
It's only when I'm awake that I drink coffee. Can T-task be terminated if the Windows service using it is about to be shut down? So yes, what you need to do is, well, ideally, you should have some inter-task communication going on. There's a few different ways to do that. Check out the Pramaz's book or Dahlia's group book. But the ideal situation would be that you would notify the T-task that you're shutting down, and then it would close itself. But you can forcibly close it. The problem with forcibly closing it is you don't know what state it's in internally, and it may have some resources that don't get freed, like file handles or stuff like that. So it's always best to notify it and let it shut down itself.
Correct. Most people actually write the check code as part of, say, for example, if you're running a loop, in a task, and so part of that loop, within that loop, you probably need to sort of check for the status, and and if the status is, say, shut down or something, then you need to sort of use that you need to probably exit sort of gracefully, right, from the task. So that's probably the right way to do it.
Yep, exactly. So for loops, it's easy if it depends, because sometimes your loop, each iteration of the loop can take a long time. So you really have to put some thought into being able to check for that to responding, and that's actually the reason that if you don't move it into a T thread or a T task, that your UI stops responding, is because you're too busy doing one thing and you can't do something else. And so it's important, but it's not ever simple. The parallel library and those two books will make it a lot simpler than it used to be, but it is important thing to take care of. One thing that Dahlia pointed out when I was talking with her is that a lot of people think that they will introduce multi-threading and asynchronous programming to make their application faster, but you actually, technically speaking, it's slower when you add threads because of context switching, because the CPU has to switch to handle between the different threads, the context switching. But if you can parallelize, make things run in parallel, then you can actually speed it up. But the main benefit of threading is responsiveness of your application, so that the UI can respond and update while the things are happening behind the scenes. Okay, I think, have we gotten through all the questions? Now that you guys can see them, that helps. All right.
Yeah, looks like it.
Just looking up a link to that book you've mentioned a couple of times. I'll stick it in the chat.
Okay, great. So there are a lot more coverage coming out on 10.4.2 in the next few days, so stay tuned to our YouTube channel as well as blogs.embarcadero.com for more updates for that. And yeah, regarding tabbing. Oh, Pat had a question about tabbing we missed. Unfortunately, there's not a good search in here.
Here it is.
Problem with
tabbing through edits from forms through frames.
So I actually had to, I haven't looked, I'm not familiar with that particular issue, Pat, but I dealt with something similar to this a long time ago. And the problem is that you don't have, when you're changing so a form and a frame are, have different they're different handles. I was trying to think how to say this. So way back when I was doing something with ActiveX forms and building a framework that let you build this user interface from a collection of ActiveX forms, which are similar to frames. And the problem was that if you tab forward, it works fine. But then if you tab backwards, right? So if I shift tab and go backwards from one ActiveX form into the one above it, it would jump to the first control in there instead of the last control. So I'm not sure if that's what you're dealing with. And so what I actually did is I had it was something I had to do outside of the ActiveX control to see when the user changes controls via the tab control. So I trapped the tab control to look at when they were doing that. And then I looked to see where they're coming from. And if they're coming from the one that was after it, then I would put them in the last control in the new one they're moving to instead of the first one. So you can do it. It's not a simple thing because of just the architectural nature of that. It would require, and I'm assuming that's what's related to, but I might be wrong. But I will look at it here and see actually if I can, since I have the technology, I can actually look things up.
I think I'm just reading the bug report. I think it's about that if you've got edits on multiple frames and you put 2 frames on your page, then tabbing you don't move from one frame to the next. You're kind of stuck inside the one frame.
Fire Monkey. I will look at that, Pat. That's interesting. I have not seen that behavior, but there might be a way to deal with that. I'll look at it and see. I'm not sure. Like I said, some of the well, actually, no, that's related to that. So the issue is that the tab is handled by the frame, and the frame doesn't know that there's another frame, right? If that makes sense. So the individual frame is handling the tab, and it needs to talk to its parent to know if there's another frame for it to go to. So, so I know with VCL you can do the key preview on the form, but I don't know if there's something like that on FireMonkey. I'll look at it, Pat, and see if I can add some comments on there. But there's probably a way to do that. Oh yes, Delphi Cookbook. That's another good one. Yeah, and then there's also, was it FireMonkey Projects that just came out on Delphi as well? Well, last year, I think. That has it like goes through. It's by William. Maybe it's not called Delphi. I will find it. Ooh, there's another one called Fearless Cross-Platform with Delphi. Coming soon. Okay. Fearless Cross-Platform Development with Delphi. David Cornelius. Oh, that's right. I was just talking to him. I need to talk to him some more about that. I'm really excited about that one. Delphi Programming Projects by William. It's got a lot of FireMonkey in there as well. Building an Instagram clone, building RESTbook Facebook API, cross-platform services for Windows, iOS, and Android, design patterns to build multi-database systems, creating GUI apps with FireMonkey, tethering to create remote control. Good book, good book. I'll put the link in here. Are there any guides on FireMonkey Style Designer? Specifically have been trying to find out how to embed two different labels of different sizes and colors into a string grid. Done a lot of this draw cell stuff with VCL, but FireMonkey is very different. I'm not sure I understand the question, but Malcolm or Nirav, do either of you have something to add to that? Maybe I'm just missing it.
No. I read the question and I was actually sort of trying to find the answer because the style designer is it can be a little bit complex for someone coming from ECL. So I was just trying to basically look for the references in Andrea Magni's book. It's pretty much dedicated to everything GUI with FireMonkey. So I've proofread that book before it was released because Andrea asked me to do that for him. But I don't remember. But I do remember that that there was quite a lot of detail on the style designer there. I'm just trying to find it, and I'll just come back.
Yeah, we did a webinar on the style designer too. So anyway, it is a half past top of the hour, so I see people are dropping off, so we probably ought to close here. A lot of good stuff. I will combine the Q&A session from all three sessions together in the replay that'll be posted on our YouTube channel. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, go out, download the update if you're on update subscription, or download the trial, or renew your update subscription, or whatever you need to do. The response I've gotten from most people so far has been really positive to 10.4.2. I'm really genuinely excited about it, more than usual as well. So thank you everybody for joining us though. This is great. Malcolm, anything you want to add before we wrap up here?
No. I mean, I think that I think for anyone who's on 10.4, it's a no-brainer just because it's smoothed out, the kind of the sharp edges or whatever. But yeah, there's a bunch of things in there like we've talked about that I can use straight away.
Yeah, and so just to come back to the style designer, yes, there's a lot of content in that book on the style designer. So take a look at it. I'm sure it'll answer a lot of questions.
So Frank just said update fails on Android deployment to phone. It worked fine for me, Frank. So I'm not sure what's going on. yeah, if you're getting an error or whatever, you could contact support. I guess I don't know. I not enough information. It worked for me, so it should work. I'm not sure what's going on. Depends on the error you're getting, I guess. Jared says, sounds like 10.4.2 is a great release. I can't wait to update it and try it out. I really like the extended informal chat Q&A. Thanks so much. Oh, you're welcome. Actually, I'm wanting to do more of these sort of things. Stephen Ball did some a couple weeks ago called Tea, Coffee, and Code. So stay tuned. We'll have more of these, and I want to try and mix them up in different time zones. Oh, Frank's saying key tool's missing. So your path is wrong. Probably if you didn't tell Delphi to install the SDK and NDK because you already had them installed, then it might not know where those were installed in. So if you go into the SDK manager in the IDE options, you can just find the location of key tool manually and update the path, and that will fix it. I've ran into that before where I didn't want to update it, and it's easy to fix. Just tell it where key tool is, and it should work. I'm guessing based on the information I have there. But anyway, yes, very excited about 10.4.2. I've enjoyed working with it. I think it's a good mix of new features and quality improvements and just general productivity enhancements. So great stuff. Okay, thank you so much, everybody, and we will see you online in the future, I hope. Take care.
Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.